actually on this earth, and we need to reach them as much as we can. I am surprised that there's not that many youngsters here today. For this whole week, we could have invited many young people, young men and young women. Myself, I go after the young. They are the ones we need to reach. These are the ones that will take over when we older people leave this planet. And that's coming to each and every one of us. The minute we are conceived, we are numbered how many years, how many days we're going to be on this earth. And that is why we need to have our Creator beside us all the time. We need to depend on Him in every way, in every situation that we go through. Sometimes we go out and we don't know what to say, and sometimes somebody harms us saying a word that we don't seem to understand or we don't believe in. That's when we call up our Creator. He's always beside us, and He will never leave us if we depend on Him most of the time. Creator, take all these people that are representing this meeting to their homes. Watch and take care of them as they travel tomorrow or the next day. I'm so happy that I was asked to come here. Being alone for a year and a half now, I lost my husband on January 1st, 2023. And I never shed a tear when he left because I watched him for 10 years. I didn't put him in a hospital because I know how it works in a hospital. So I took care of him. And the night I was with him, that 1st of January, he wished me Happy New Year. And I know why he's leaving me today. That was my thought up here. That's why he wishes me Happy New Year. To be happy at all times, just thinking about him. Hoping that he should be here with me, but he's here all right. He's watching me. How my reaction is to everything that I do and say. Because he really loved me. We were married 58 years. And that's very long marriage for one person to be married with. I miss him at times, but I never shed a tear, and I won't shed a tear. Because I know deep inside of my heart that I will see him, I will meet him one day. So I am so happy when they asked me to say a prayer. Being alone at all times, I'm covered with a whole bit of people. Different kinds of people. This is amazing to me. I wish I could stay here more longer, or this conference would take a little longer, maybe 2 weeks. I'd be the happier person. And ask every individual to share in every reserve what's going on in their reserve. And that's my desire in my heart. Last year, after 1 year went by, I asked my Creator, I seen a vision of my Creator. He came in the corner of my house. He had his hands stretched up like this. And I answered, what? He said, it is time to help your people. Nishnabek people, it is time to help your people. Because I know where I am good at it. I know how to help my people being ill. What to do, what to give them. How to tell them. We don't need any Shagnash Chinad Magwingoba to help us. It's up to us up here. Because each and every one of us had ancestors. We have our old people. Weren't you taught the way I was taught? My dad was 103 when he left this earth. And I'm trying to beat him. I'm looking forward for 104. I'm a very happy person. I'm a very healthy person. I don't run to the hospital or to the nurses, to the doctors when I feel ill, because I know what I'm going to take. What should I do to myself? And I don't wait. I don't wait maybe half an hour. I do it right away, because that's why I love living in the bush. Trying to teach the young generation about all these medicines that were given to us by our Mother Earth. It's all there. Even the doctors and the nurses use it, but they add chemicals to it. And that's why some people will never get better. We need to understand that deep in our hearts. Go back and think about your ancestors. Take your children in the bush, go spend a week, make fire outside, build a tent or a lean-to. That's where I was sleeping every time when my dad used to take me in the bush. He made a little lean-to and I would sleep underneath there. He was a very good dad, just like our Creator. And that's what I'm trying to teach the young generation. Ask for help. Each and every one of them should be asking for help. And I hope the school teachers will continue to mention this in the classrooms also. That's before I get too old. I like to teach them as much as I can. And to go back again to with all these people that here, I just adore watching you, and it's so marvelous to me. Just imagine when I get up there, how many are up there, how rejoicing that will be. That's how I feel today, ever since I was asked to come here. Because I'm at home, what shall I do? What shall I make today? Eh? But today here, I'm so glad that I'm here standing in front of you people. And there's two people that I hear that I welcome. The newcomers that are a part of our community. They were here anyway. And that's how you say salamolia, hello to them. This was given to me in Hearst University. I asked, how can I approach these people that are coming in? That's what they told me, say salamolia, that's hello in their language. And I asked this morning, I asked them for permission if I can welcome them in, and they shook my hand. I'm so happy that I'm recognized. That's what they said. Why do we always want to recognize our own people? Why is that? And lately, I've been touched. It is time for us Anishinaabe people to get together, no matter what nationality, wherever they're from. It is time for us to do that. Get a busload of people, go and visit them, or ask them to come in, pay their trip to come in here. Because if we don't, whatever happened at the beginning about the residential school, that's what's going to happen again if we don't get together and help ourselves. And my husband was in there in the residential school, and what he went through, that's a big crime. It's a crime. They should have been all put away, those people that were destroying young generation. But we didn't know what to do. We didn't know what to say. We were afraid. And some of us are still afraid. Bark back when someone barks at you. I learned that from my second youngest child, my son. He came back from university after he graduated, and he pointed at me, Mom, 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 come out of there. Because I used to be, when somebody talks to me, I would put my, yeah, okay. That was me. When my son told me that, I came out of it. And if I go to a big meeting, which I'm asked most of the time in Hearst, when they have a meeting about the bush life, that's what I do. If they started talking about Anishinaabe people, that's where my voice comes out. We're not here for this. I came here to witness to people that that you guys are supposed to be talking about. And we need to come back as Anishinaabe people like that. Because if we don't, we have to depend on our Creator to help us. And like I said, we need to join together as one. And to see you people leaving, it will, excuse me, I will feel the emptiness again, maybe for 2 or 3 days. But I will know who to call on. It is so marvelous to see each and every one of us. I just cannot say it, not continuously say it. It's marvelous to be like this, together as different nations of Anishinaabe here. It is marvelous. And let us continue to do this. It doesn't have to be a big chief or everything. It could be just like a getting together, like a family reunion. I won't mind having another part of this family reunion thing taking place and invite different Anishinaabe people to come. And even the ones that are here that are not Anishinaabe, invite them also. And I will also talk a little bit about the sacred fire. How much do I left? Do I have? I hope this isn't go. I hope this is go on YouTube. They'll say, "What is that old lady doing, drinking?" So I'll say a few words about a sacred fire. It is a spirit. It is a fire. And it is a life. It is life, the sacred fire. One day when this lady phoned me from the reserve, that's what he told me, you'll take care of the sacred fire. I kind of didn't want to do it because I never seen a lady to look after the sacred fire. But I took it out from my heart. I will do it. I'll do it for you people. In life, it is up to us individually to examine where we're at every day, every minute. Let's look at ourselves. Pretend there's a mirror here and look at yourself. Are we living the right way? Are we saying things the right way? Do we get mad if somebody approaches us? No. Are we beautiful? Beautiful is cleanliness. It doesn't have to be you put on a big makeup, big lipstick, and whatever we put on our faces. No. We're all beautiful here. Each and every one of us are beautiful. And are we polite? Are we polite? That's a very strong word. As being the leader of everywhere, are we polite to every word that we hear and see? And polite is being good to every person that we see and meet across our path. Are we understanding? Understanding is to listen to the person that's talking or just doing other stuff. It is very healthy life if we all follow these three meanings together every minute of every day. Just look at me. I'm an old person. I may look young. Some people say you look like you're 49. Well, put that over. Put it 9 to 4. I feel young every day when I wake up. Even one person asked me, well, how do you do it? I take care of myself. Sacred fire is a beautiful, polite, and understanding. When we get angry, when things go wrong, etc., that's the fire itself. We're mad at people because you heard, oh, that lady doesn't know what she's talking about. Or that person doesn't know how to drum. That's the fire. And it's alive. We're alive. At times I become a fire, especially on my children. They want to disobey, although they're all full grown. And I observe myself before I say a word. I just hug them and I tell them, come over. Let's talk. Let's say a few words together. If not listening to a speaker, etc., that's a bad understanding. When we don't try to help ourselves in illness and everything else, that's mind. We don't have that mind up here working, functioning properly. Yeah. At times I see people coming to just because they have a headache, they run to see the doctor. What does the doctor do? Prescribes some medication for 14 days. Your headache didn't go away. It's getting worse. So you go back again. He puts on make another prescription. This time it's a little harder than the first medication that was addressed to you. The third one, it's getting harder. Now you're become a dope addict. You're addicted to those pills that are given to us. So let's, us as Anishinaabe people, go back to the ancestral way. Each and every one of us should be able to recognize what we need or study on it. I'm so happy that I had a mother, my great-grandmother, and I am very fortunate that I seen my great-great-grandmother. He had hair all over his ears and his chin here. To me nowadays, when I talk to the youngsters, I told them I think that was Mrs. Sasquatch. I was very, very fortunate. And my mom would always take me in the bush all the time, since I was 6, 7 years old. All the time, all the time. If I don't go, you know that red willow? Red willow itself is a medicine, eh? It's a medicine. It's good for headaches. Why run to the doctor to get your headache medicine? Go and get a red willow. Make tea out of it. And that's what my mother used to carry, a big stick about this long, and that hurts. It already hurts just by looking at it. If we don't listen to our ancestors, our parents before, we weren't just told to go and sit down or go over there. We were hit. And that's the way I learned, the way I'm teaching today, the way I was born up, raised up. And I don't regret one bit. I don't regret it one bit. And it got to that point, I need these medicines. I developed cancer. And I know what to do. I went home and gathered up all these medicines. 23 herbs you need for a cancer medication. And the doctor asked me, I know you're taking something, I hope every patient of mine would be like you. But he wanted all the ingredients. And I'm a person that don't give out the ingredients to the shagnash, okay? Because they're going to take it over. And we have to be very careful as being a traditional medicine woman. And I'll stick to that medicine till my time is gone. Are you tired of me yet? Like I said, I am so happy to be here. I would go on and on and on and on. This book is full of what I learned, what I needed to say. I couldn't treat my husband for 10 years. I looked after him because he was already on so many medications from the doctor. You cannot mix traditional and the other medicine. You cannot mix it. You either have to make your own mind to take this one or that one. And it will help if you take the traditional medicine. And I'm addressed as a super granny because the young kids used to come from Constance Lake to my camp. I got 3 camps at my area where I live. I just have an apartment in Hearst, but my real living is in the bush. An hour and a half ride from Hearst. And they used to come there, these young children. I teach them how to make an ointment. That's how I started it first, with an ointment. And I told them to take that home. Don't let anyone take that away from you. It will be used one day. So I met this kid up, and I met his grandmother. His grandmother was crying, and I asked her, what's the matter? My knees are swollen. And then all of a sudden, the 7-year-old boy remembered that medicine. He said, wait, Granny, I'll go and get the medicine Super Granny told us to make. It's Minigan. And that little boy crawled under his bed to go and get his medicine. That's where he hid it. So the grandmother grabbed that medicine and rubbed it on his legs. And then he said, it works. It works. Of course it will work because you believe in it. And it's our Mother Earth's medicine. Our Creator put it there for us to use it. Okay. It doesn't matter? I thought you were only supposed to speak 15 minutes. Is it 15 minutes, huh? It's over? Okay. Like I said, I would continue and continue. I just acknowledge you people just listening and the way you're looking. It inspires me. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. As soon as I go home, as soon as this meeting is finished tomorrow, I'll be going to my camp on Friday. And I usually go and stay 1 week, 2 weeks, depend how I feel. And my electricity is a generator. My heat is a fire. I chop the wood myself. Yeah. That's how we need to do to keep ourselves healthy. Why go and see the doctor? Why? Tell me why. It's us individually. We need to fix ourselves before we do other stuff. So, and I will bless all these people that will be leaving tomorrow. It's wonderful for you guys to be here. Very appreciated. And all you ladies that are sitting as whatever, leaders. I hope to see you guys again someday, soon. And if you want to contact me, my son works here. He's the one that needs to be contacted. Because I got hacked on my phone and my recorder and everything, so I gave it all up. So it's with my son now, Corey. His name is Corey Wesley. So that's the one you need to talk to. If you ever decide to get me to come to your reserves or whatever. Miigwech. God bless you guys all. Miigwech.
So I'd like to thank the drum for their beautiful opening song to start our day in a good way. I'd also like to thank the elder for the many reminders on how we should live. Miigwech nima. I think the other thing that's so amazing is that M. Tagoje has Superman, we have Super Granny, so that's pretty awesome. That says a lot about our culture. So we'd like to now get right into the election. So at this time, I'd like to call upon Audrey. Okay, just a reminder, we do have mental health supports in the room. We have Pastor Darius Ferris, we have Bernice, and we also have Terry and Lucy, traditional mental health supports if anybody needs. Want to do an announcement?
Miigwech, Connie. Just a very quick announcement. During the opening protocols, we noticed a little electrical blip. Yesterday we had some power glitches in the morning. I think that was pretty much resolved. But there is a potential that the power may go out in half of the gym, and the live feed might be affected. So this is more for those that are watching on the live feed. Oh, by the way, you can tell folks back home, if you go to the NAN Facebook page, there's a link there, and people can watch the live feed. Also, if you go to the NAN website, there is a button where people can watch the live feed. I just wanted to advise that in case the power goes out during this whole process, the voting will continue. That does not affect the election or the election results. It may affect those that are watching on the live feed, but the election will continue as long as we can hear the candidates during the Q&A forum. Everything will be fine. Okay, just a note here I got, it's on YouTube, not on Facebook. But if you go to the NAN Facebook page, there is a button, I think, that will take you to the YouTube channel. Also, it's on the NAN website. So, just again, if there is a power glitch, unfortunately you won't be able to observe. We'll get the power back on as soon as possible. The election will continue. That will not affect the results. Anything else, Connie? Go to Audrey. Okay. So with that, we now hand the assembly over to the electoral officer, Audrey Gilbo, who will conduct the elections. We will be standing by and proceed throughout today. Yeah, you got you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to the elder for the opening prayer, Miigwech for the drum, and good morning to the leaders here today. My name is Audrey Gilbo, and I will be your electoral officer for today and have been throughout this process. So the one thing that we did note yesterday was that cutoff for registration was at 9:15 this morning. That was in the agenda. However, we have since looked at the procedures and there is no cutoff. So as we get closer to the vote, or even during once the vote commences, if there is another chief that registers, I direct it from the registration desk just to let me know that there will be additional voters, so that we want to accommodate as many opportunities to vote for the voters as possible. So the procedures for this morning, so yesterday as we ended the day, there was the speeches from the candidates. So at this time, I want to welcome all the candidates up to the front as we begin the Q&A forum. All the candidates up front, please. So while the candidates are making their way up, no, up front. Sorry. Just have a seat. Are you ready to answer questions? Yeah, no, I'm sorry. My apologies. So the way the forum will proceed is the leadership, the chiefs here with the red lanyards, who are going to be voting today for the Grand Chief, will have an opportunity to ask questions of the candidates. So I will just more point to you as I see your hands come up. The candidates, you'll have an opportunity to first ask your question and direct it to which candidate. The candidates will have 2 minutes to respond, and in accordance with your own meeting procedures, a maximum of 5 minutes. So I have Mr. Heinzman here who's going to be helping me on the timing side, so we want to be fair. We are now at 9:49. I'm going to put kind of like this placeholder right now of 11 a.m. And if the questions kind of get a lull sooner, I'll read the room and then I'll ask you if the questions are concluded. Once the questions are concluded, we'll take a break. So the voting is going to be taking place down the hall in room 14. But before I conclude and break off, I'll give you the procedures and the process that'll follow. Any questions at this point? So we have, is Mr. Matatawabin here? Okay, please join us. Okay, so we're going to begin the question and answer forum. Are there any questions of the candidates? Sir?
Yeah, I guess my question is, what kind of improvement, or if you're going to do any in the restructuring of NAN? As a chief of my own community, we question a lot of the things that goes on within NAN. I mean, is there going to be some sort of maybe organizational review or something like that? I'd just like to get some idea of what's the intent of each one of you candidates. Thank you.
So you're directing that question to all the candidates. So I'm going to just start here and then we'll move on.
Yeah, miigwech, Chief Batiste. Good morning to all the chiefs. Miigwech to the elder for the beautiful opening into the drum for the song. Just going back to the question posed by Chief Batiste, that's a very important issue that all of us need to think about. I think that's the sort of what I've heard over the last, not just over the last month or the last 2 months, but over the last year, that NAN has lost its way. That we've become too corporate. We've become too focused on delivering programs and services. and taking away from those that actually should be doing this. And so I talked about that yesterday. I wrote a letter to the chiefs on Friday outlining some of those issues and how we need to fix ourselves, we need to do better. And that begins with a review of how we do business right now. And that means working closely with the Governance Council that has been formed, but that work on governance needs to continue. It means looking at how we should better restructure or structure ourselves, even running our own meetings, like how should we run our meetings. That is reflective of who we are. That is reflective of our own governance systems that have always been there. And so that is what I outlined to you on Friday in my letter, and I reiterated some of those points yesterday, that the work needs to begin now. Even the discussion that you had yesterday on the governance or on the election process, that's messy. And how did that happen? So there's a lot of fixing we need to do. We need to ensure that NAN looks different, that NAN needs to be better, so that we can work more effectively with you to ensure that your priorities are addressed. Miigwech.
Anna Betty?
Wachekich Miigwech, Gumakan. Anishinaabe Nation is, when it was developed, and when the leadership at that time instilled their vision to creating this organization, there was, we need to revisit that vision. We need to educate and have that awareness, not only with the NAN executive and the NAN leadership, but also for those that are our staff, our employees, and ensuring that we're fulfilling that vision. And we need to adopt and have our processes that are more accommodating and more nurturing to the needs of our people. We cannot be have firm corporate systems that almost at times exclude our community, the voices of our community members. We need to move away from that. And we do need to have a review to ensure that our delivery of our services, and when I say services, those communications, advocacy roles that we have, the lobbying roles, to ensure that we're fulfilling the needs and the mandates that you as leadership have provided to us. And that ever so often that
2 minutes.
that we have a process to assess our mandates. English.
Miigwech. Bobby?
Testing. Okay. Yes, thank you for that question, Chief Batiste. Yeah, the NAN is pretty diverse, and we have to be very respectful of the diverse nature of Anishinaabe Nation within Treaty 5 and Treaty 9. We have to have, like NAN is there for an advocacy organization, and we're also there for technical support as well. Not just the tribal councils, but also the First Nations as well. We realize that there has to be a lot of capacity to be delivered at the communities, at the community level. Build that infrastructure, build capacity for you to do the job that you need to do with all of your chief and your councils and all of your technical staff as well. So we want to ensure that as our role, as we're advocating for needs-based resourcing, the control always has to be at the First Nation. And the First Nation really directs what the Anishinaabe Nation should go towards. And I think that's what I want to really bring to this, is the fact that there needs to be more control by the First Nations leadership, and also be very respectful of the regional processes that is happening, and also looking at some of those overlapping priorities that we all share. We all have differences, but we have to also respect those differences as well. And also, a lot of your community members always ask, what does NAN do? What does NAN do for me? And that's the thing, going back to your grassroots and also your community members to really get their sense as well. And also investing in a lot of the youth. You know, we talk about, you know, investing in many of our youth and all the up and coming youth leaders that are there, like building capacity at the community level, helping you to do that. Because we could secure all these funding and all these things that go to the First Nation, but if you still require help to set up your laws, your programs, I think that NAN should be there to really reevaluate its priorities as well, to ensure that they're there for the community's benefit and really uphold those treaty obligations. Miigwech.
Mike?
You guys, good morning. Just to thinking about that, thinking about the question itself, like the business we do here is corporate. We have to have these agreements or enter into agreements, and that's all corporate administration or corporate matters that we look after. We should also have a time where we can sit around as chiefs. For you as chiefs, you need that opportunity to sit around in a circle or away from the corporate business. Because that's where we get lost. That's where things get overshadowed. The voices of our people, the voices of our communities, they get left behind because we're too busy trying to keep up with the paperwork, trying to report. And one of the other things that's been a kind of something that I've observed over the years is there's too much outside interference when it comes to these meetings. Like government always coming in to take up time to make presentations. We need to have just our own business. We need to look after our own business, make sure we get things done right. The crisis we have in the community level, let's focus on that. How can we get beyond that? There's medical treatments available now. We just have to decide which one works best and what can we make it universal so that our people are not prisoners in their own communities. Like, I've seen it happen where people get denied treatment because they're from one community or it's not available for them at the next community.
2 minutes.
I'm getting off track, but I was just trying to answer that question in terms of separating the two issues. We have the corporate world, but we also have our community issues that we need to look after.
Miigwech. Pauline?
Oh, okay. Miigwech, good morning. Thank you for the question. Gananakman. When I think about our treaties, it started in 1905, and then in 1929, and then the declaration in 1977, and it is now 2024. That declaration was made 47 years ago. And I do feel that NAN has lost its way. It is too corporate. It is not the people's, it's not the place where people come and help set the direction where Anishinaabe Nation needs to go. We are a PTO. It's a political-based, it's a political territorial organization, and it needs to return to that. It needs to advocate for our communities. It needs to advocate for our people. We need to focus on our communities. We need to ensure that we're accountable and transparent. And we need to build up our capacity. We need to bring in our people to do the work. We need to thrive as nations. And it is our role to ensure that we are thriving. And it is our role to ensure that your voices are heard and to take direction from you. Miigwech.
Miigwech. I'm going to just from the technical team, When you're speaking into the mic, if you could be 4 to 6 inches away, it's a better, I guess it works better with the hearing. Next question, please.
Good morning, Chief Taylor, Ganagamin First Nation. You know, I've had the privilege of listening to our youth. We had a Matawa AGM and we had the privilege of sitting with our youth and listening to them. And even back home in my own community, it's important for me to sit and listen to the youth because they have a lot to say and share. And, you know, so I'm just going to, I don't know if this is for a specific candidate, but they can like decide or reach out as to who they see fit about the questions. So in regards to the youth, would like to know how would you support the NAN youth in a more territorial level, regional level, national level, because they want to be heard. Their issues, you know, we have a lot of issues back home in our communities with mental health and addictions. How do you incorporate the youth to be part of NAN, to have their voices heard? And also for the youth that are 2SL, LGBTQ, you know, those youth are struggling. They want to feel included and inclusive. So how does NAN go about, you know, reaching those youth and helping them, supporting them?
Thank you. Again, I'll go, Alvin, would you like to respond to that question?
Yeah, miigwech, Chief Taylor, for raising this important issue about how we should be supporting our youth more. You mentioned the LGBTQ community, and one of my most proudest moments in my first term as Grand Chief was introducing the NAN Pride flag. And I think my wife Tisa was sitting in the back for planting this idea, how important that is. And I know how when we unveiled the flag in Keewaywin, at the Keewaywin conference in Kingfisher, how it meant to people, especially our youth, that they just felt a bit better. And I think we need to go further than that, and that's something that I talked to the Youth Council about yesterday. They came to the social where I was, and we talked about how we need to engage not just the Youth Council at NAN, but the youth generally across our nation, starting at the community level with creating local youth councils and how we tie it all together, and supporting our youth and just making sure that they have access to whatever supports that they need to be better, not just to live from day to day, but to be able to look to the future and to be able to work towards those goals and to ensure that they have the tools that they need to be able to achieve whatever dreams that they aspire to be. And so that's something that I've always committed to doing, because I have 2 kids. You know, I always look at my role as a dad first and how I should be supporting my own children. You know, one of them is sitting in the back there, Allison. I talked about Jace yesterday, who was 24 years old, who's with fetal alcohol, and how challenging it's been for us to support a child that lives with complex needs.
2
and
minutes.
So I'm committed to continuing with this work.
Anna Betty?
Miigwech, ugamakwe. As I said yesterday, I was a child and youth advocate first, and that came from being around young people, and that's what we need to do. You know, whether we're watching our young people play hockey, volleyball, at a music concert, at a dance competition, like our children should be able to access those in our communities, and having specialized language programs, ensuring that we have the inclusion of all children no matter which, you know, gender they are, or what special needs they may have. And when we say that we are making our children a priority, we have to follow through with action. Concrete action in ensuring that we have the inclusion of our children. In my former term as a deputy, I had written to organizations to ensure that they had youth representation at their tables. And I know some organizations adopted that. Because when we say that we need to have the voices of our children, our youth at these tables, we need to follow through with it. And we need to, you know, ensure that we have recognized and acknowledged our children, our youth, for their
2 minutes.
accomplishments. Mingwich.
Bobby?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Chief. In my earlier years, I was involved heavily in youth leadership, and I've been traveling across many of your communities conducting youth leadership training programs. So I came from that realm where we actually went to youth, peer-to-peer approach to really looking at some of these areas. And I'd like to really encourage you all to really harness the systems that you have so far. You have Choose Life. You have a lot of funding there through Choose Life that you could really harness and really utilize to help these youth councils, these youth leadership programs, your family well-being initiatives as well. Harness those as well. Those are resources that are available to you that you could really have a great impact on many of your youth programs right now. Also, your prevention dollars that you get as well, that could also be used to really look at the ways to really empower youth in initiatives, programs. I think of various chiefs and leadership that has been taking their youth out from their communities to take them away to really engage with their youth and elders. Canoe trips. I hear that there's a lot of canoe trips across our First Nations to really getting back to all those different initiatives. So really encourage you to do that. Also, we've had right to play before in our communities. Why can't we design our own right to play? You know, that is based in our culture, our languages. And I think we, as an executive position, I really want to push that in this next term, that where we develop those youth initiatives for our youth, by youth. Also, this initiative we used to do called Base Camp on the Res. B is an acronym. B is for ball. They do sports. A is for arts. They could do arts and crafts, singing, or whatever. S is for service, community service, you know, in having our youth involved in community service. And E is for exchange, where you actually exchange cultural ideas, cultural initiatives. So really, in this term, I really want to encourage that youth leadership and use the resources that we have to maximize those youth resources for our children. Miigwech.
Mike?
For me, I think education is important. Education is the key to whatever you want to do or whatever you need to do. We have to promote education, support education, make sure we have all the resources and all the tools that they need. Let's not undermine what people are trying to do, what they're trying to develop at the community level. Like, we can build new schools, but let's include industrial trades. That's what's missing. We're too caught up in just the basic curriculum. Education is paramount, but also sports. We need to establish a sports program for our communities. Like, I don't know why we cannot have our own regional competitions. We're surrounded by lakes, rivers, miles and miles of trails, But at the same time, we also have our life skills in the bush. Even myself, I need to make time to do that for my grandchildren. Living in the city doesn't give you that luxury. But when you live in the community, you have that luxury. Just remember the luxuries you have when you live in your community. Just remember the beauty of your community. We're too caught up in the social issues that we forget that we still live in pristine territory. So education and sports is paramount. Like, I don't know why
2 minutes.
we have the North American Indigenous Games that have been going on for so many years. We also have the World Indigenous Games that are going on. NAN should have a contingent. NAN should have a team. Let's start there. Let's start bringing hope and inspiration to our youth.
Miigwech. Pauline?
Miigwech. Thank you for that question, Chief Taylor. I love our children. Yesterday, 2 days ago, I brought my children and my grandchildren with me because they need to be exposed in leadership. They need to be exposed in how we need to advocate for our people. I met you in 2012 at Matawa, and the reason why I bring that up is because how I met you was the work that the Tribal Council had done to respond to the prescription drug abuse and misuse epidemic that we have. And the reason why I bring it up is because there are best practices that our communities have, and the communities themselves know the solutions and how we should respond to the issues. With respect to children, we know that majority of our children are in care, and we need to work with our child care agencies, child welfare agencies, in developing the solutions and how to support our children. We need the solutions to come from there. And at Anishinaabe Nation, we need to hear from you as leaders and how we can include them at the regional level and at the national level. Mawajinsagiak dawashim nanak egokeg gnadenman judamoshiag aninhi kenishmachag. We are here to advocate for you to get more resources for the kids, for our children, so that they can meet their full potential. We can't lose any more children to suicide and to care, and we need to ensure that they survive, that they thrive. So we need to hear from you. One thing I want to share is whenever there is a community member that calls in to say that they're concerned about their children, we at Anishinaabe Nation need to ensure that we set up a system where when you call with a concern, that we will respond to you. We need to ensure that we do not lose another life. Thank you. Miigwech.
Thank you. Chief?
Good morning, Chief Brennan, Sino Wapakika. I had a couple of things. One is mostly to do. If you when elected, how much presence are you guys going to have in our communities? Because I haven't seen too many people up in our area. The non-executive I'm talking about. Sure, you may meet with the chiefs, but you need to meet our people, our community members. You need to hear what they want to say, not only from the chiefs. That's one thing. And the other thing is, with all the programming that NAN is looking after. And how is NAN doing to protect our treaty and inherent rights? Because sometimes the money that we accept somehow does diminish our treaty rights. And that is a concern to me. So, thank you.
Thank you. There's two questions there, so I'm going to give a limit of 4 minutes to respond to this question. Anna Betty, would you like to start?
Jimmy, Gumakan. You know, I have made a great effort to be present in our communities and also connecting with our people that are living away from our communities as well. It is very alarming, the rates of our people that are migrating to urban centers, whether it be Thunder Bay, Timmins, Dryden, Sulcoat. And, you know, they matter as well. And it's important that we remain connected to them, and I have, you know, made great effort to do that. And, you know, I think that it's so important that when, as an executive member, that we do not lose sight of the importance of connecting with our people. And we have to commit to that. And we have to access and utilize as much resources, whether we're you know, ex officio on boards and stuff like that, that we have to ensure that we access and attend the communities, and also when communities are celebrating and when they're having festivals, we need to be there. And I have made great effort to do that. And as for protecting our lands, I applaud communities who have taken a strong position. And at Anishinaabe Nation, we need to ensure that we stand behind our communities that take that position. And we also have others that also, you know, have agreements in place where they have agreements to have some type of resource extraction. So we need to ensure that they have the resources in place as well to protect the lands, the waters, and all those that are animals and birds, and ensuring that our treaty and our inherent rights are not impacted by those agreements. And I know we have the resources to do that, and many of our communities have done that. But we have to keep ourselves educated and aware of legislations that are being developed by the provincial and federal governments. We're going to have a new government that's going to be coming in, and we have to always be proactive. You know, we have to have the resources to look at, you know, what mandates they have, you know, the also spending committees that they have, and the other resources and avenues that the federal and provincial government utilize, and that we need to keep ourselves educated and aware. Mingwich.
Thank you. Bobby?
Thank you for that question, Chief. Yes, it's very important that Anishinaabe Nation does have a presence within our communities. Just earlier on the year, I've commissioned that my staff visit each communities. I brought the department heads of my various areas, whether it be Jordan's Principle, Choose Life, our family well-being, to accompany to various communities to really engage with the community there, to really get a sense of what the real issues are. Although we have not been able to go to every community, I've also decreed within our departments that we have to be in the communities as well to really help in advocacy and work and filling out various applications wherever that the First Nations may require. And yes, I really agree that we have to be more present within the communities. And I believe that I want to propose that we set up shop in each community, because we could also do work from each of your communities by, we'll carry out one of our Starlinks or just to set up shop within your offices and be within your communities and be actually a true representative body of you. So that's what we want to really propose. That was what we learned from our road shows and our shows in our travels to the communities with our team, that we need to be there to really hear from the grassroots what their priorities are, what the challenges are there, because each community is very different and unique. And we really need to be very respectful of that uniqueness and the needs as well. In terms of your second question, Chief, I know that we have to really protect our inherent and treaty rights, but also we have to really hold the Crown accountable to their fiduciary duties to many of those treaty obligations that they have. And I think this is why, especially through our Chiefs committees and a lot of the work that I've been doing, we have pushed for a NAN-specific status or seek intervener status in many of these negotiations that are happening nationally and provincially as well. I've established that we do have seats at these tables to ensure that our unique positions are also represented in those areas. Also, by way of saying that our treaty and our lands are also protected in these negotiations moving forward. But at the end of the day, it's the chiefs that really will regulate and dictate how these negotiations and how these meetings would go ahead with all levels of government. And it's through your leadership that NAN should be there to really receive its mandate from the leadership to engage in many of these negotiation process with the Crown. So we continue to work with you in that regard. So miigwech.
Thank you. Mike?
Miigwech. Yeah, this kind of speaks to the restructuring part too, in some ways. How do you maintain a presence in the community? The different departments or the portfolios that are assigned detract us from being able to maintain that presence that people wish for. Like in health, that'll focus on health issues or policing issues or things like that. So, in saying that, the way I'm thinking about it now is, for me, I come from the East, and I will be representing the East as much as I can, as best I can. Make myself visible or visit the communities. That'll be my way of maintaining a presence to represent our constituency. That's one way of looking at it too. So it falls under the line of restructuring. How do we do that? The other issue is our staff. If the staff are going to be traveling, we need to expect to stay overnight or maybe 2 nights. This fly-in, fly-out business is an insult to our communities, you know? Maybe they have a feast going on, or maybe they have something going on. Or we could have these talking circles in the communities. But when you just go in for the day, that doesn't allow for anything to happen. It takes it away. So maybe along the lines of restructuring, this is something that the staff can also incorporate into their planning. Plan a night or 2 at the community that you're visiting so that you can accomplish what you're set out to do. People don't rush out at 9 a.m. People may have time at 3 p.m. or 6 p.m. and that's when you can do work. So that's what I would like to see happen. That's what I would like to suggest, and perhaps start planning for that if things go well for us this afternoon. The other question, yesterday as I was listening to the lawyer talking about the lawsuit, we should have a different terminology, or we should have a different approach. We should be talking like that whole anonymity discussion. Our currency is based on land. Our land is our home. It's where we're born from. We're born from the lands. That's our currency. And that's how we should talk. We shouldn't talk about money. Because it's money that really hurts their pockets. So when you talk about money, it hurts them. You're hurting them. You're hurting their pocket. Especially, like I'm talking about taxpayers who complain a lot about taxes. But at the same time, they don't talk about, or they don't think about our currency. Our currency is our home, where we live, where we're born from. My dad called it Hinino Huminagosiyon, our people's inheritance, or their livelihood. That's what we got to remember. This is our life. There is no other place for us to go. We cannot become refugees in our own territory. And that's what I see happening. And that's what I'm worried about. And that's what I hope that leadership can start thinking about. This other agreement that they're pushing on us,
4 minutes.
I see it like something that's going to extinguish our title, our existence of us from our lands. We're going to become refugees if we go down that path. So I hope people can start looking at that very seriously, and it's either the land or the money, so think about it.
Pauline?
Miigwech, thank you very much for that question, Chief Sinawap. The first part of the question is, I love our communities. I always have. I love our people. And we need to ensure that we are in the community. We need to visit all 49 communities. We're not just 32 communities, we are 49. And we need to remember why we are here. We are a political territorial organization. We need to ensure that we hear from all the chiefs to make that informed, to ensure that our leadership is informed. We need to ensure that they have all the information on the work that needs to happen. So, if I'm elected as your Grand Chief, I want to make sure that the representation is equal all across our lovely, wonderful, and powerful territory, and not only favor certain communities. Our pillars are unity, strength, and success. The question is, are we united? We are not united. In my conversations with our community leadership is that we're not. And we need to make sure that we're visible. We can't just be there for a day. We are not other people where a day visit is good enough. We need to make sure that we're there. We need to celebrate with you. We need to be with you when you're going through your crisis. But we also need to plan, because we have to have thriving nations. We can't just languish in the poverty that we have, that we experience. Jiniga nasaganwaj anshinwag imagine doyayak. And with the opportunity with COVID pandemic yes, it was a pandemic, but it also brought opportunities where our people can work from home. So one of the ideas is, yes, we can hire our own people. Keewaywin to feel part of this wonderful Anishinaabe nation that our ancestors had developed to make sure that we don't forget who we are. So I would propose coming to your community. I know my late parents did come to your community every summer. Ima workshops kagiai to address the suicide. And so I'd be very honored to come in and be part of that as well. Ogamakan. With respect to the second question, I will have to reiterate, we are a political territorial organization and we are here for you. We need to hear from the chiefs what their concerns are and what is it that you want us to do. We are here to make sure that your voices are heard and we will support you. Treaties 1905, 1929, and that's a long time. And yes, it may be a long time, but when I think about our people, before we do something, we will come to the table. I know we are all at separate places right now, but you know what, that's okay, because we can all learn from each other. I am here to support you. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Alvin?
Miigwech, Chief Chinop, for your question. It's important that the Anishinaabe Basque Nation, whether it's executive or staff, that we, as much as we can, continue to remain present or to be seen in our communities that we represent. And I always try to honor every invitation that I get from our communities, because I just love traveling into our communities and visiting, not just with the leadership, but with the youth, elders, and just eating the food. The food that, except for Chief Russell Wesley, the Cat Lake, I went there and he promised me a bowl of soup, and when I got there, I excused it because the power was out. So he didn't make me a bowl of soup. But I just love being in the community because I feel like I'm at home. I can breathe and I can reflect, and it reminds me of why we need to do this work. Because when I see our youth, our elders, when they engage with us, I can hear them. I can hear their voices. And it's just really grounding, I think, for us as executive, as staff, to be in the communities as much as we can. And so I will, as much as I can, continue to be present in the communities, not just to attend funerals, but to be part of your celebrations. You know, I'm grateful for those invitations that I get, like from Chief Achimanescom from Martin Falls back in June, and we celebrated the whole day there at the graduation of their school. And to see JKs and SKs getting their diplomas and just their big smile on their faces, like that's why I carry on with this work when I see children like that. Just to see the light in their eyes, you know, the hope in their faces. So it's important that as a non-executive, we, as much as we can, be in your communities. And whenever you invite me, Chief Chinop, I'll be there. And to any other chief. It doesn't matter which region or which part of the NAN territory, whether you're fly-in or remote, or if you don't have an airport, like McDowell Lake or Wawa Keewaywin, I will take a float plane from wherever it is to get to your community. The second part of your question is also important because it speaks to the issue around NAN's responsibility. Treaty protection versus program service delivery. And again, we need to be mindful of what our role is or what it should be. Are we there to deliver services or programs, or are we there to protect the rights that we have as a people of the Anishinaabe Basque Nation? And I believe our primary function is to protect our lands, our resources, our rights, to support those communities that are actually in the trenches, in the front lines, doing this important work, fighting this fight, like what happened in Toronto yesterday, challenging the Mining Act of Ontario. And so I just want to commend those communities that are involved in that fight right now. Roland First Nation, Ottawa-Abaskat, Fort Albany, Ginogamig, our relatives in KI, Grassy Narrows, and others that are picking up this fight that's been going on for many years now, and we need to be part of that as also. And so I just want to commend those communities, and I will be there with you, as I said yesterday, as we carry on with this work. Miigwech.
Chiefs, just if you're not going to, if your question is not directed to a candidate, I will ask all candidates the question to respond. Chief Gagnon, and then.
Yeah, good morning all. Just want to acknowledge the drums and the elder that said the prayer this morning. I don't want to sound too negative here or to insult anybody, but I'm at a point where I'm looking at our organizations as just corporate structures, and as such they're using data that is from my First Nation, miseries and the pains of the backs of our people are used for corporate affairs. My tribal council right now runs $100 million organization that employs 500 people, and in my First Nation, we're unemployment rate is high 80s, not 90s. And then when I looked at the audit yesterday of what this organization has in the employment, that the people that they employ, it still reflects my community as 80 to 90% unemployment. It's really frustrating when you look at these organizations that were put up to be advocates, so that I can have resource people in my to my disposal. Any legal things that we do, it comes from our band support funding that shouldn't come from there. I don't have the legal people that this PTO has to challenge the issues that are at hand. We have issues with drugs, alcohol, and it's getting worse. And it seems like we've created an organization that is, a bureaucratic organization that we have to, ask, and sometimes it doesn't come when you ask. So my question would be also how does this new elected leadership going to help the First Nations to be all inclusive in what we do? Just not collect, the data from each other and use that data to create a corporation that is non-existent in my First Nation. So that's my question, and I guess I will be seeking a new mandate after the election so that we can move forward, so that all First Nations are included in terms of what it is that we supply to the data we supply to this organization to advocate on behalf. It seems to get stuck, at the bureaucratic level where, we still have the same issues, we bring up, year after year after year. So again, with that, I need the question is how are you going to change the way NAN is structured so that all communities are inclusive in what we see as huge problems in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Bobby, would you like to start to
Okay.
respond?
Thank you, Chief Gagnon, for your question. Yes. I think it really goes back to really looking at ways to really support the First Nation in terms of have, need, wants. Like, this is what we have, this is what we need, and this is what we want in terms of our citizens getting back to work. I think it's really, although data is very important and it's sovereign to the First Nation to whom it belongs to, but the fact of the matter is that we could secure all these resources and money to the First Nation community, but we found and we've heard that many of these job postings are still go unanswered, or there's nobody applying for them. We have to look at one of the reasons why some of our members aren't applying for these positions. Is it mental health issues? Is it addictions? Is it more training? And I think we need to really, NAN needs to be there to work with the First Nation, get that guidance, to really look at what is needed, what sort of training opportunity is needed, how do we support the family. I know that, for example, we are busy revamping Ontario Works. I know that, for example, many of our community members rely on social assistance. Why is that? So we want to also create a social services system that not just gives your members a hand out, but a hand up to be more also competitive in the workforce as well, and to really achieve some of those areas, to be part of the development, that mining that's happening, resource development as well, social services, health, all these various areas. It's all about building capacity at the community level. To build, NAN should be there to assist in those incremental steps of really harnessing your citizens' potential, your workforce, by looking at and
2 minutes.
and also advocating for many of the training that's there. But at the end of the day, it's being more reflective of the needs of the First Nation community and how they see where the challenges and the priorities lie, and and building on a strategy moving forward to assist those individuals to get work. So,
Thank you. Mike?
What comes to mind is equality. We have our own people out there. We have our own professionals, our young, educated people out there. But they don't come home, or they don't want to, or they can't, because they're not hired, or they're not paid the same as a non-Indigenous consultant. So that's what I mean about equality. You have to start treating our own people the same way you would treat a non-Indigenous consultant. We have our young people that live out in the communities or out in the urban centers who are there for a reason, and that is to put their children to education or through sports. And all those things cost money. They're not free. And that's a different concept. It's a different mentality. When you sit at the community, there's nothing. There's nothing available. Again, that's a different mindset. So what I'm leaning towards is the people that do actually want to work, the people that do actually do things. Treat them equally, because they live in the urban centers for a reason. They're not just living there. They're putting everybody or their loved ones to education, or they're there for medical reasons or whatever. Our life has evolved so much, and we just forgot to keep up with it because we're so inundated with social issues, the current crisis we're in. That's overshadowing. It takes up too much of our time, too much of our energy. I see progress in the communities.
2 minutes.
I see a lot of accomplishments in the communities. And it can be done. It can happen. as long as you have time to do it, as long as there's time allows you to do it. But if you're stuck being a prisoner to social issues, then it's going to be a very difficult. And our council members too need to have that thinking. We need to start thinking outside the box. We're too caught up thinking inside the box. I don't like to use that idea, that box idea. I just want us to start having an open mind where we are today, the year 2024, and how far we've come, how far we've evolved.
3 minutes.
But at the same time, we're stuck, we're being held back. There's good things happening, but there are a lot of bad things happening too, so I see that. And also at the same time, I'm thinking that communities need to set the agenda as well. We need to have our own agenda moving forward. We should establish our own agenda. How do we address the housing issue? How do we tackle the housing issue? How do we tackle the addictions issue? Let's snuff those out. That way we can move forward. Education, again, can't say enough about that. Our education, our young people should be in schools, universities. It should be normal for us to see lawyers graduating, coming into our communities. We should have our own lawyers.
4 minutes.
So we need to begin to normalize those ideas. Without education, we don't have that capacity. Miigwech.
Pauline?
Miigwech, Chief Sonny Gagnon, for your question. Your question was, how do we change the NAN structure to ensure that it is inclusive? When I reflect on why Anishinaabe Nation why it exists, it was set up as a voice for all of our 49 First Nations communities. We are not supposed to be here to deliver programs, because when we do that, we take away the precious resources that our 49 communities need. So one of the things I would like to propose is that we get rid of the corporation and return back to the original vision of our ancestors, which is to create a treaty-based organization. And let's develop it. Let's keep moving. With respect to human resources, we need to develop our own people. We need to ensure that we have our own people working at Anishinaabe Nation. When I went back to school, it was because I have this desire in my heart to help our community and to help our people. And when you ask every other person that has went to school, they will say the same things that I'm saying. Yes, we've heard the rhetoric that the youth are our future, but we are not utilizing this important resource. We are left out. We need to ensure that we develop a human resources management strategy that will find these students, that will find these people. And it's not just the youth. These are students that went to school when they were in their 30s. We need to ensure that we use them. In my campaign, I had
2 minutes.
I do have a team, and one question that I asked was, is there anything in the Bible that speaks to a king leading his kingdom that went outside his kingdom to help him lead his kingdom? And the answer that I received was no. What I was alluding to is Anishinaabe Nation at this time utilizes outside resources to help meet its mandate, and it shouldn't be that way. We need to use our own people because Anishinaabe Nation has been here for over 40 years, and it's time for our people to help us do the work that our communities need, which is thriving nations. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Alvin?
Yeah, Miigwech. Chief Kenya, for your question. I agree with you that the resources that should be going to the communities are not going there in the amounts that they should. And so we need to look at the current funding structures to ensure that those resources actually reach where they are most desperately needed. And so that's the work that has been done through the Human Rights Tribunal that NAN has been involved in, to look at what the actual and true costs are of delivering a service and programs or infrastructure in our communities. Not just child welfare, but in all sectors. And so that's the work that we're doing now to ensure that more of those resources actually reach the communities where they are most needed. And so that's the commitment that I can give to you, Chief Gagnon, is to work with you to ensure that NAN actually knows what the needs are of our communities. That's why I talked about yesterday, I talked about the need to develop community profiles for all our communities to ensure that we know what your priorities are, what the needs are, what the projections are 5 years from now and 10 years from now, that we can together work towards addressing those in the long term, not just what is needed right now. And I think we need to start moving towards this crisis mode that we have been in for a long time and actually start looking at the long-term needs of our communities. That's something that I will endeavor to do with you, Chief Gagnon, and others around the table, that we need to look ahead. So, Miigwech, for your question.
Miigwech. Anna Betty?
Miigwech, Ugmakan Ganyo. When I was listening to your question and your statement, like what I envisioned was that, you know, each of our communities has like a community wellness strategy. Some may not be structured, but it's there. And it comes from the voices of our young people, our elders, and others. You know, Anishinaabe Nation needs to come and sit with you. When you sit down with your people, and because the answers for community wellness and prosperity is with the people. And as a NAN executive, we should be coming there to sit with you and your people, and to, whether it's capacity building, because that's one of the challenges that we face right now, to empower our people to, you know, take ownership, and also to encourage them and ensure that they have the resources to build capacity at the community level that needs to be there. And we need to ensure that there is a process to measure our accomplishments, because one of the things that, as leaders, we're accountable to the people that place us in these positions. We need to report back to them and to monitor the progress.
2 minutes.
And my comment about human resources, we need to build capacity all across the board. Whether it's, you know, our teachers, carpenters, police officers, our administrative support. We need to encourage those professions as well, and also our traditional practices as well, and ensuring that we have those resources as well as our mental health and other specialized needs. We need to have those resources, and we need to ensure that we have a plan to build those resources at our community and
3
other
minutes.
places where our people's needs are, where we have to provide resources. Miigwech.
Miigwech. I have one other question here. We're coming on to 10:57. There's no necessary cutoff at this time, but I'm going to go here, and afterwards I'll look to the room for any additional questions. Sir? What's up? Okay. Sir? Yes. Yeah.
Wache. Wachik, nimishkotishkot, Chief Sylvia Mitarawabin, Atobskatikau Kamakanot, Egagibijot, Tronon, de Tao, Mewatch, Kumaganista, Monanas, Minomatas, Mego, Tekomandi, Kawichmachi, Proxy Tabian, Mishkotishko Nagasko. First of all, I want to acknowledge Chief Sylvia Mitarawapin for asking me to proxy for her at this assembly since she couldn't make it due to other business that she had to attend, and she's not feeling well today. And I also want to congratulate, wish everybody good luck for all the NAN candidates that are running for Grand Chief, Deputy Grand Chief. And I hope we can make the best choice in this assembly before we all go home. But I want to talk about I've listened to this kind of stuff before. This is nothing new to me. You know, I've heard this so many times in my lifetime as chief and in the other capacity I had over the last 30, 40 years. But one of the things I wanted to touch on is the treaty. Ashuttamagyo. Kikiskendena no ashuttamagyon. Ikibechi minis chikumoshomino. Kikiskendena anonima. We all know that the non-native people, the government, came to make treaty with us. They came to us. We never went to them. They came to us. And our forefathers, that one elder I remember from Arawapskat who signed a treaty. They signed a treaty because they wanted to share of the resources on a land that they had so much resources. Whether it was renewable or non-renewable resources, they signed that treaty because they wanted 50% of the resources. Kung kayo chikumusyomanok, apesto, doon tinan kay kung kayo tinamagan takit taskiyok, taskimin kito, 50-50. That was in 1905. They signed that treaty in 1905. And I remember when Andrew Ricard and many of the elder chiefs who brought that treaty to the First Ministers' Conference. And this is where we don't think about that. We're forgetting about that. We forget how important it is to look back and take a hold of that treaty, what it meant for us, what it meant for our people. When we said 50% from everything that was taken out of our land, whether it was trees, water, diamonds, gold, whatever. And they said, as long as the sun shines, the water flows, and the grass greens, grows green. And today, we're still talking about that we don't have the resources to be able to run our communities the way we should be, because we don't have enough resources. We don't have enough money to do the things that we want to do. But this is something I want to remind to the non-executives who are running for those positions. You need to bring that back, bring back that treaty to your people. You need to do something about the treaty. You know, do something about it. Maybe get some of the chiefs, former chiefs, elders who are sitting around the table here to help you. Create a think tank. You need that support. You can't do things by yourself. You come here every year to do a report, annual reports, and they all sound the same thing. Nothing has changed. So that's one of the things I would like to see, the treaty being strengthened, not just at the NAN level, everywhere. AFN, Ontario, traffic councils, communities, and all the chiefs around the table. You have the power to mandate the NAN executive to give them the support with what they need to be able to fight with the government and to protect our resources. Right now, there's over 30,000 mining claims in our territories. Over 30,000. Because the mining companies don't come and talk to us anymore. They do it online. They do it online. And they call that consultation. They're stealing our land. They're stealing our resources. They're starving us. We don't have anything to eat because they're destroying everything on the land that once our forefathers had to depend on. This is what makes me angry when I think about it. And I see my community struggling at Wapscat. The very basic things that they need to have a good life. Housing, clean water, infrastructure, water, sewer, more land, reserve land, education, health, policing. I wouldn't be sitting here if I had 50% whatever that comes out of the ground. I would have enough to do. I wouldn't have enough to provide to the community. That's how I see it myself. And I know many communities in the NAN territory are still struggling. They don't have enough electricity. They still use diesel generators. But electricity is a quality of life. You know, you can turn your community to a healthy community to help your young people. You know, there's so much stuff going on in our communities that we don't know how to deal with them because we don't have enough resources. But this is something I want to share. You know, chiefs, you need that. You need to support the non-executive, whatever the mandate that they have to carry and whatever you expect to see a change in the future. Because I heard the ring of fire is going ahead. So what do? You know, we have young people who need jobs, opportunities, education, training. At the same time, we're concerned about the environment because we want to protect the land. we don't want any development in our lands. So we can't keep on depending on these government programs because they don't work for us anymore. There's not enough there. In my community, housing is a big issue, overcrowding. Young parents, elders, families, they don't have a place to live. Overcrowding means when there are 20, 24 people in one bungalow, a 24 by 36 housing unit with no basement. That's what it means. But I know people are trying as much as they can to stay alive, to survive. I know that. And I acknowledge that. You know, we're resilient people. Government has tried to assimilate us to become a white society so we can pay taxes, take over our land and resources, get rid of the Indian problem. And they're still doing that today.
Sir, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry I spoke too long. I'll stop here. Jimmy Glitch.
I know it's very passionate. I can hear your passion. So candidates, just a reminder that you have 2 minutes, and I'm going to ask Mike, would you like to respond? Miigwech.
Miigwech, Ignis. Miigwech na magaisa ka gwech Keewaywin. Ego maga kipehtaden kaisa wihtaman gegon nesta kaisa anumutaman. Tabu minorsan magaito yaho. Jumau mo pahesta kaneke aswesa ta gibet no sta tsige gona. Gibet mohta ta tsik naskomon yan mutsgatik. Sigiwi stano tan dege tastano kaban evitabe meste kistrogama. Egonoma peke gonga nuhte ban. Egatte pihta okanma ka keskamun. Emena ko chimana ka istas panoeskat. Astamana kiste sokane pitamo bandena mati. Ega keskamuet. Ekiskisamat wena kana. Misoy po wena kana. Moneskan kumakana nesta bogo strogama. Egonoma toy gon. Egonoma mina ke kagwe. Tutama koban. Se sokestago kita yemuenno. Ta buene kaitoin. Aswes katsanama naskomona gi. Kagi sinisa dohtahik kumusomenok. Kagi sia spenemut. Kagi sia asuttamasik. Egonoma nestani kaitoyan. Mr. Goshimuyan, currency. Egona ginano. Kostibe matso hage egon. Aski. Aski hitostibe matso honano. Ego tane ocht ofega ka tuske bemate se. Egona ma ando enda ocht nese dochtagatek, nese dochtake strogama. Egi maskama go egon ga gi min go ekoban. Egona ma aski.
2 minutes.
I don't know what that means if I have 2 minutes or I'm speaking 2 minutes over now.
You're at 2 minutes.
Okay, so I was just trying to accommodate the question from Ignace, and I just spoke in the language to make it easier for him. But I just want to accept the suggestion that we should have a think tank. And that's what I meant about chief circle only, outside of the corporate business. That's what it should be all about. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Polly?
Thank you very much, Proxy Ignace Skull, for your question and for your words. I really believe our communities, our people are powerful. And with respect to treaties, I believe we need to occupy our lands and we need to stay there. We need to exercise sovereignty as nations. The treaty is, the intent and the spirit was that we would share the land with the settlers, that we would use the land together. We never gave consent to give up our land. We did not give that authority. This is what we've been told by our elders and our ancestors. What I propose is that we do further research with the treaty cases and review as nations, because we never gave consent. We need our elders. We need to visit our elders' understanding as they understood it. We should have a treaty conference right away to review the treaty cases, Egwekea, the elders' positions, so we can move to self-determining nations. And we need to do it together, as we are viewed collectively under the treaty. Thank you very much. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Alvin?
Miigwech, Ignace. Good to see you again. Kaya nakakuman. I acknowledge your work and your service, not just to your community, but to across the NAN territory over these many years. I want to say thank you, first of all, for that. My father, Moses, his name was Moses. He passed away 10 years ago. And when he was alive, he taught me many things. One of the things that he taught me that was important is the treaty. Because as a young boy, he witnessed the signing of the treaty, the adhesion of Treaty Number 9 in Big Short Lake in 1929 in July. And he talked about what he saw, what he heard, what he witnessed, to make sure that his children knew the importance of what this means to us as a people of what we call now in the Anishinaabe Nation. That he saw a police officer there, that he saw a doctor as part of the treaty-making party. And so his understanding, the understanding of our ancestors who were there, that had been healthcare, that had been policing, community safety, and all those other things. You know, just what they understood, what the treaty meant to them about peaceful coexistence, about mutual benefits. And if we honor these, that means prosperity for all. That was their understanding. And that is why NAN was created, to upholding the treaty, the rights that we have as a people, not just under the treaty, but our inherent rights as well. That is NAN's job. And I think all of us can agree that NAN has strayed a bit away from their primary mandate, and that's where we need to go back to. And I propose that we have a treaty conference this fall to invite those that carry this knowledge still, so that we can pass it on to the younger generation. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Anna Betty?
Miigwech. I too am very grateful for the words you have shared, Ignace, and I'm glad that you were able to join us this week. When it comes to the protection of our lands and our other resources, we have seen that aggressive invasion of being where the government is infringing. And we need to ensure that we have the resources, the capacity within our tribal councils and the Anishinaabe Husky Nation to protect our treaty. Because when you look at all the funding pots that are available, there isn't any fund that's specific to defending our rights as treaty holders. We need to have a revenue source to ensure that we, as a Anishinaabe Nation, have access to protect our treaty. And that is something I believe that our tribal councils and our First Nations will be able to access. And also those specialists. Amongst us, even in this room, we have specialists and those that have gone through the experience, and we can build and access their expertise to assist us.
2 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna end. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Bobby?
Hello. Yeah, thank you for that question, Chief. Yeah, so when I think about the treaties, like you think about like governments, whether federal or provincial, rather than uphold fiduciary treaty obligations, have undertaken and authorized forestry, mining, exploration in Treaty 9, Treaty 5, which has significantly diminished our First Nations' ability to exercise our treaty rights and maintain our way of life. And that's an infringement on many of you as rights holders, as treaty partners around the table. And I think it's the role of this executive and your organization to really advocate and uphold those treaties as well in terms of moving ahead. And listening to some of your comments too, Ignace, I think about, like, for example, the gross domestic product of Canada and how much they've received from our lands and resources and resource extraction. And the figure is close to $2.229 trillion that Canada is making off various goods and services that is also being raped from our lands and resources. And you say that we totally agree around this table that many of our communities are still in various conditions that are not applicable or at equal standing to many of our urban brothers and sisters. And I think this is really why we need to really press our advantage. We have to press the fact that the federal government and the Crown does have that responsibility in those various areas that is outlined in the treaty. They want access to your resources, they want access to your land, well, they have to go through you first. And I think it's this organization at NAN could also help in terms of the strength in numbers, that in terms of looking at these particular areas. So I think moving ahead, this executive, we have to really put treaties as a cornerstone and many of our negotiations moving ahead to really ensure that our way of life is protected for generations to come. Miigwech.
Chiefs and proxies, we're now at 11:20. I have one more question where a hand was raised. You as well? Okay. So I'm going to go to Laksul. Wally, Mr. McKay?
Yes, Wally McKay, proxy for Laksul. NAN is a political organization. If elected, what is your single most important political priority you would pursue and why? Thank you.
I'm going to ask Pauline to start.
Miigwech for your question. Proxy Wally McKay. You are also my uncle. We are from the same community, Satchko Lake First Nation. I know you have been a leader for many years in various capacities at the regional and national level, and I appreciate all the work that you've done because you've inspired me today why I am sitting here this morning in front of the chiefs and proxies asking them to support me. The one political, why is it I'm here? Why am I here? I am here because I want to ensure that Anishinaabe Nation returns to its vision of being a political, a territory organization. That is why I'm here. I want to make sure that we respect the elders' visions and our ancestors' visions. I'm very grateful you asked, and this morning I just want to acknowledge the chiefs and the proxies that are sitting here, because I've watched many of you over the years, and you have inspired me to be who I am today, to love and to respect and to help our people, because we've languished too far and we've been lost, and we need to ensure that Anishinaabe Nation returns to what it's meant to be. We need to develop thriving nations. Gnanachman miigwech.
Thank you. Alvin?
Miigwech, Wally, for your question. I know that as communities, as a PTO, that we have many pressing priorities and needs right now as we sit here today, and we know what they are because we talk about them every day. But my priority, starting today, starting tomorrow, is that NAN, in order to be able to better meet the needs of your communities and to support you in the work that you do every day, that NAN needs to be better. NAN needs to look different moving forward. And I've talked about this in my platform, the letter I sent you on Friday that outlined some of those steps. And I am committed to working with all our chiefs, all our tribal councils, to ensure that we do this important work, including governance, including how we structure ourselves, how we work together to ensure that we align every file, every priority that we have, from the community level to the tribal councils, to NAN, Chiefs of Ontario, AFN, and beyond. We need to support each other. So that is what I'm committed to doing with the leadership. And so miigwech for your question, Wally.
Miigwech, Alvin. Anna Betty?
Miigwech, Wally, I've looked to you as my mentor. Miigwech for being here. I have many priorities, but the one that comes to mind right now is to continue addressing the issue of gender violence, gender discrimination, including discrimination of our people. We are facing many challenges and hardships because we face discrimination. And that is something that we need to commit to, not only as a NAN executive, but also our advisory councils and our NAN leadership. Whether it's about our people that are overrepresented in the child welfare system or in the correctional facilities, and also the high rates of suicide that our people face. Recently, we did some research. There have been high rates of women taking their life. And why is that? So it all boils down to, the foundation of that is some type of discrimination. Whether it's a lack of resources at the health field, mental health, and other resources, housing. We need to address those gaps. We need to address those those gaps wherever they are, even within the policies of the provincial
2
and federal
minutes.
government, and also within our First Nation organizations. Miigwech.
Okay. Bobby?
Thank you for that question, Wally, and thank you all. My priority would be to really engage with our leaders and our communities on critical discussions on various topics, such as political, legal, international, and communication strategies that focus and harbor around our treaties, our inherent rights, and our collective vision for our future. Important topics also include the treaty framework and structure, also our access to health care, education, social issues, training opportunities, and also pathways to healing from various traumas that our First Nations and our people have experienced over the years, whether it be residential school, day school, 60 school, all those different areas, all those social determinants of health that has really greatly affected the true fabric of our communities. Because we all cherish our children's future, we all cherish what we want to build in our communities, and that would be my priority to work with all of you in terms of determining what your community goals and aspirations are and how this organization was built to really uphold and support your collective visions moving ahead. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Mike?
Miigwech. One of the questions that was brought to my attention or shared with me, the question is, what are the consequences of giving up your identity? What will be the consequences to your children? This is the message, and this is my notes. This is the message we need to convey against the impending municipalization of First Nations. Chief and councils need to hear this. That's my answer to your question. If there's one political initiative, that would be it. There's this document they're pushing. They're approaching every First Nation to turn them into municipalities. It may work for some communities who live in urban areas or road access areas, but how does that work for a small community of 250 people? How does that work? So that's the one thing, if there was the one thing I would want to bring to your attention, that would be it. We need to be very careful. We need to be very mindful of our future. The word I used earlier was refugees. We cannot become refugees in our own territory. This is our land. We are born and raised here. Like my dad said, "Hinino hominigusian." This is where they were born from the lands. Without the infrastructures,
2 minutes.
they were born free. And that's what I want to remind us all. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Thank you. Chief Black?
Okay, good morning. We're still morning. I guess one of the issues that I see, and I've been in leadership now for 3.5 years, and I've sat at this table listening to the NAN executive, and I've been very quiet mostly because I've been listening and watching. one of the biggest crises that our community suffered was the opioid, as many other communities have suffered that. And I made a request on 3 different occasions for help. I pleaded for help, and I received none. And I took the issues into my own hands, and I did it for myself. We still lost people, but I've managed to keep that at a minimum now. What I'm seeing is a lack of representation in the East. We need to be represented in the East. Our needs are no different. I watched Treaty 9 being developed back in the day, and Ignace, my friend Ignace mentioned Treaty 9 back in the days. You know, these leaders came to our First Nations and they came to our traditional territory. We weren't even living on Abitibi Reserve yet when they came. We were still in our traditional homeland. Les Ludet came, Andy Rickard came, and they spoke of the importance of a political organization to represent us, because the government was becoming stronger and stronger against us, and our treaties were not being honored or respected. And we agreed with that, and then everybody came to this table and the chiefs were heard. You were all heard at that time. We could come to these meetings, we could voice what we needed, and we were heard, and action was done for us. When I come here and I plead 3 times to no avail, what does that tell you? That I do not have a voice here. My people are not cared for. That's what that tells me. And to come and sit here and pretend I'm okay, I can't do that anymore. I cannot watch the bureaucracy that exists. And our people are dying. There's a priority here, and that's the lives of our people. We need to save their lives. How can we do it? How can we do it here? When I came here, there were 3 lives lost. And I remember that day we were in a meeting, and that chief said, I've lost 3 people here. We're losing our people, our young people. That's who we're losing. I get very emotional now with that. This is not funny. This is not a laughing matter that we're losing our future generation, our leaders who are going to come and sit here when we can't sit here anymore. We need to do more for them. We need to help them. We need to show them that they're important and that this table cares. This organization cares. We need to do that. There's mining, our land is there's total destruction, and all we want is money. And never take care of the money. Never mind, our people are dying. Our animals are being contaminated. Our water's being contaminated. We need to do something. That's enough. I went to Toronto, I went to Queen's Park. I told Ontario, that's enough. This is not your land. This is our land. We did not say you could take it and destroy it. We said we would share it, because that's who Indigenous people are. We share, we care, we love, we respect. The Creator gave us that, and we're not going to treat anybody different, including them. We need to stand up for our people. We need to stand up to these mining companies, and we need to stop signing those documents that are destroying other First Nations. We need to come together to say, this is what we're going to do together. This is how we're going to do it together. And we need our leaders to stop playing with the politics and the bureaucracy and to start representing us and hearing us here. This is where it is. These are the voices that matter. It's you that holds the voice for your people. What you need, you say it here. And you make sure that it's done. And as your fellow chiefs, we will make sure that it's done as well. I stand behind every single one of you. I heard you when you're losing your people. Russell Wesley, when he was losing his people, was sitting here talking bureaucracy. When we should have been talking, how are we going to help that right now? My question is, how are we going to stop and help that opioid crisis? I've lost 2 brothers since I've been in this seat. What are we going to do? Are we going to continue to talk and pretend everything's okay? And to give us money to keep us quiet? Or are we going to do something and tell them, no, that's enough? We need help. We need those treatment centers. We need those healing lodges. We need our people to get healthy. We need to sober up. We need to stop the drugs and get healthy. We need our ceremonial people to be healthy, to speak to our people with love and kindness again. My question is how are you going to help? How are you going to come to our First Nations when we ask you to and help us? Miigwech.
Thank you, my friend.
Before I turn it over to the candidates to respond, I'm just going to acknowledge that I think this, unless there's a huge objection, you have another question afterwards? Did you just record that? And then we are going to be bringing in the drum. There's a request for an honor song. So, Alvin?
Miigwech, Chief Black, for your powerful words, your message to all of us. I acknowledge you and your family and your community. I acknowledge your leadership. I acknowledge your struggles and your strengths. And I acknowledge the vision that you have for your community. And that's our role as Anishinaabe Nation, is to be there with you, to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, whether you are addressing the opioid crisis that is happening across the NAN territory, to be there with you when you mourn the loss of your loved ones and we acknowledge your losses, or to be there with you when you stand up against Ontario, to challenge them on their misguided position that they own our land, and to challenge them with their policies, whether it's on the Mining Act. And so I just want to acknowledge and thank you for this very important message that you just shared with us. I know many people are listening as well online, and I know they heard you. And so as we carry on with this work, your words will resonate with us. And I commit to you that NAN will commit to be just as inclusive to ensure that every voice is heard, that every community feels that they have a place in this organization, that their voice will be heard and respected and acted on. And I will visit with you, to come and sit with you in your council and your youth. I remember my first visit at Low Bush Road in your traditional territory. I remember some of those kids. I want to see them again. And I want to hear you and your council directly on how we should be better, or how we need to be better. So I thank you again for sharing these words with us. Miigwech.
Anna Betty?
Miigwech. It's really hard right now for me to formalize some words, because the words that you shared with us here have hit our hearts and our spirit. You know, each of us as leadership, it has to be more than words. We have to follow through with action. We have to create those safe spaces when we come together to meet, because we know that we are facing challenges. So that is why, as a NAN executive, we made sure that we had, you know, our traditional helpers here, our drum, our sacred items, and that we also had a person that was able to have Christian faith as well, because that is so important that we have that. We have our fire, a sacred fire burning out there, because we need to have those resources in our communities as well. Not only at the time when we're responding, but to be proactive. There's so many gaps when it comes to developing healing processes. Like we could build a facility, a healing facility, but unless we have those aftercare programs in place, a lot of times that person that is going to that healing center ends up falling back into that cycle. So we need to, we need to stand together, and we also need to stand together in defending the resources, our lands and our waters. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Bobby?
Hello? Okay. No, thank you very much, Chief Black, for your comments and your passion as well. I think it's echoed around the table around here in terms of all of our communities are, going through the same thing and fighting the same fight, and with the opioids crisis and all these different areas. And your champions in your communities that are working very hard above and beyond their work to really look at ways to really deal with these opioids and the crisis that are facing many of our children, youth, and families. I think it's very important to really harness a lot of those champions, your elders, your youth as well, to really come together, to really tear down a lot of those silos that happens within our communities, to really maximize all the resources and wealth of knowledge that we have. And I think it's very important to really look at some of the initiatives that are there, that is created at the First Nation level. It should not be a top-down approach where, you're given a structured initiative to run. It should be created at the community level. And you and your other communities as well should be resourced properly to do so. I always think of the Choose Life initiative. I always think of the family well-being. I always think of Ontario Works, and I think of all these different initiatives that are there at our disposal. And I hear all the good work that you are doing, Chief Black, within your community and creating your own laws and establishing a law that is more reflective of the needs of your children, youth, and families. And I think it's also a beacon of hope to other communities as well, that we need to really share best practices. I think of Sandy Lake's band rep programs, where they are operating and servicing their community members wherever they may reside, whether it be in Winnipeg or in Thunder Bay, or initiatives like that. We need to have these opportunities where we can share the knowledge and resources that are coming from our communities, so we can have community-based solutions to these community-based challenges that we have. And I look forward to working with you to really identifying those and meeting those needs. Miigwech.
Mike?
Miigwech Tukmahan, miigwech for your words. Like I said yesterday, and when I visited your community, I made a commitment that I would make myself visible for our communities in the East. That's one thing I plan to carry out. Just to go back a little bit of history, and some of you may have been around. We presented a proposal at the coup assembly many years ago, somewhere between 2009 and 2012. The proposal was to tackle this opioid crisis that was just starting out back in the day. Sadly, our proposal was turned down. It was voted down by the chiefs in assembly. I don't know how many NAN chiefs were at that meeting, but we tried to secure funding to focus on the opioid addiction that was getting out of control back in those days. June, I hope I did take you back to that chiefs assembly, and both you and I can tell them, look what has happened since that time. The issue became unmanageable. It became a crisis. We wanted to do something about it. This is a conversation we had this morning on our way to the assembly. Nobody talks about the orphans, the children that become orphans because of this issue. Nobody talks about the caregivers, the people who have to, well, not have to, but because of family, we look after the grandchildren. It is a family responsibility, and we took it upon ourselves to look after our own. So I hear you, and I want to thank you for expressing those sentiments very loud and clear. And I hope our provincial counterparts are listening as well. Mr. Miigwech.
Pauline?
Miigwech. Chief June Black, I heard you, I heard your truth, and I respect the strength that you demonstrated to us here, how much it hurts you to see your people suffer, and how much it hurts to not have your voice heard here. I will help you. I will help every single one of us here today who heard you to help our communities. I know there are a lot of root causes as to why our people are suffering, and we need to address those. Mawaj Genin, Nigima Jenda Nenodonan, I had to come to you. I had to let you know that I heard you. We as leaders must work together in unity to address the root causes, to establish a path forward for our people, because we cannot afford to lose more people to the opiate abuse. We need to have culturally appropriate solutions to address what has happened, and the solutions that we're proposing. It has to work for our people. One of the things I talked about yesterday was to have a NAN-wide conference that will include our youth, that will include our people, our women and men and leaders. Let's hear from them. Let's hear what they want. And let's work with our partners to ensure
2
that
minutes.
resources are there. I'm sorry I've run out of time, but I want to acknowledge you. Miigwech.
Thank you. I have one more question, and then I'm going to have to, I see another one. Okay, I'm going to Chief Tate, and then I'm going to go over there, and then I'm going to conclude the question period. Chief Tate?
Thank you. Hi, good morning. Thank you for that speech there, Chief. That was powerful. And I just have a question. Addiction we're dealing with every day among our people. We are losing individuals, family units, and our youth every day to drugs that are coming into our communities. We need help at all levels. How will NAN assist us to get rid of drugs and help our people? That's the question. We just got to stop. We have to stop watching our people die. We have to stop. And I'm really, I can't believe, excuse me, I can't believe we forgot about this in this table here. So it hurts seeing, just watching, and we're watching our people, losing our people like that through drug addiction. We started sending our people to private centers on our own expense. We always thought, we said, money will always come back, but the life, when we lose our life, it will never come back. That's the way we looked at it. And we started leave no one behind and shit of it. It works if we include everybody. Sometimes we find ourselves just brushing away drug addicts, alcoholics, right? But if we include everybody, it works. I see that. That's how we operate. Then if NAN is to be helpful, they need to restructure according to community priorities too. So, and if we work together, we would be a powerful nation. You know. That's all I like to say. Thank you very much. I'm not, I don't talk much in public, but I'm trying. Still learning. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. I'm not sure, Chief, if that was more a comment to support Chief Black's comments, or
Yes.
did you? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Miigwech. I'm going to go to the question. Could you just announce yourself, please?
Rachel Anishinaabe. I'm proxy for Dolores Kekagamic, Sandy Lake First Nation. First of all, I just want to acknowledge Constance Lake First Nation, the Chief and Council, the elders, the drum. A while back, I went to a mental health summit, and I did ask Alvin, or I just put it out there, that when resolutions are passed, how will you ensure that the chiefs implement them at the community level? Because I mentioned back in the late 1990s, there was a sexual abuse protocol that was passed, and only to this day, there's only 2 communities that have those protocols in place, and that's my community and Niskandiga. So that's the reason why I'm asking that question. So who follows up with historical resolutions and, so that's a question I have for you guys. And the next one is like listening to the youth at the Mental Health Summit and also when we're in Edmonton, and like how do you propose that to address and end gender violence in the communities, and I'm referring to like people in the LGBTQIA. I get the acronyms kind of mixed up, but because I feel like a lot of communities are hesitant when it comes to how to work with their individual community members that come out and identify. So I think that has to come from like the NAN level, and hopefully some communities will follow suit. If there's, because they need safe places, they need safety, and that's the biggest thing. So yeah, that's my 2 questions.
Okay, to the candidates, I'm going to ask Anna Betty.
First of all, I want to acknowledge the comments made by Chief Tate. Thank you, and we hear you. And to Proxy Rachel from Sandy Lake, if we were to examine and when a person chooses to end their life, like what were the things that caused that person to make that choice? Like we should be doing that. There should be a review of those kind of deaths. And there should also be a review of when someone succeeds, especially our gender diverse citizens. What was in place for them to succeed? And build upon those things. When I also think of the term ending gender violence, I think of our women as well. We still, to build those processes of the rightful place of our matriarchs and ensuring that the voices of our women are heard in all our sectors. It wasn't too long ago when we didn't see any females on boards. And, and we kept raising our voices. And it wasn't just us as female leaders, but it was also
2 minutes.
Many of the voices of our youth and our women and our citizens right across. We have a lot of work to do on that. And we need to continue raising our voices and ensuring accountability. Mingwich.
Bobby?
Thank you for that question. I'd also like to acknowledge Chief Tate's comments as well, in that there needs to be a lot of support at the community level in helping these people who are getting help or seeking help, and those people that should be uplifted because they're being courageous to really make that change. And what do we do in their aftercare? What sort of things need to be in place when they come home? So those are supports also that we need to have. I had the opportunity of also visiting the correctional facilities as well, and seeing many of our people there in terms of some of the things that they're challenged with due to opioids and the drug crisis and what happens to them. At times we like to think that they're forgotten people, but these are our people as well. and they will need that support when they come out and how they become contributing members. So it's my pleasure to visit the centers on a frequent basis to meet with that. With respect to Rachel's question, thank you for that question, Rachel. Like, I know that NAN goes by resolution, it receives mandates from resolutions. And so how we keep up with that is we're always working with our communications department and our directors to really review what those resolutions are. So in everything we do, we have to ensure that we follow the mandate through resolutions. It's very imperative that we communicate and also review and how well we are responding to those resolutions. So that is an ongoing process as well. In terms of gender issues and all those different areas, I think it also begins at the home. I think it also begins at the home where we need to really provide education for our young families, for the parents as well, in terms of child rearing, in terms of really bringing that respect for other people, and also the roles of traditionally how we used to rear our children as well. I think that's very important.
2 minutes.
That we really need to instill within our families, is to bring that education as well, and also in all sectors, whether it be school, the workplace, you know, many of those areas that each individual has that right to be free from harm. And we need to really ensure that bullying or any of that has no place at home, in the school, or in the workplace, or in the playgrounds. So we need to really instill that at home. So, miigwech.
Thank you. Mike?
Miigwech. And this is a very serious topic, and it hits home to everybody. It impacts us personally. One thing that comes to mind is to our drug pushers. I don't know if they know, or I don't know if they pay attention, but you're killing our people. You're killing our people by pushing these drugs. You're hurting our children, you're hurting our communities. And I don't know if anybody ever says that directly to them. We're always busy trying to fix the cause and effect of the drug, but nothing is ever said directly to the drug pusher. You're killing our people. That's what you're doing. These drugs today are very poisonous and very deadly. They're not recognizable anymore. It's all white. That's it. And you don't know what's in it. That's the way I want to address that. When you say we have to stop watching our people die, well, we have to confront it ourselves too. Tell them directly, you're killing our people. And I hope you're happy. I just couldn't help saying that because me too, I've been watching, listening, and hearing our families, the people we've lost. So many, especially during COVID. We couldn't even look after our families properly, the way we're supposed to. I just needed to say that the lateral violence.
2 minutes.
The lateral violence, we need to just be mindful. We're in 2024, we've come a long ways, we've evolved. Let's be open-minded, open to things that are happening. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Pauline?
Miigwech. Getting Nui, I want to acknowledge my Chief Simon Tate of Satchko Lake First Nation. I honor your words. You are my chief. I also want to express my condolences of your mother's passing. She was my Nedotsim. She gave me birth 55 years. She helped deliver my birth 55 years ago. I also want to acknowledge Proxy Rachel from Sandy Lake First Nation. I also want to express my condolences to your chief. With respect to resolutions, I don't have an answer with respect to experience working at Anishinaabe Nation. But what I do know is that we've had many issues, and we know that our people, our chief, our leadership, they've met for many years, and they've brought up consistent issues. And what I would recommend is that we do a review of those resolutions. Within the last 10 years, I think that one new thing that has come up is the COVID-19, the pandemic. We know that. And the other thing that has come to light is the internet. Internet does not stop. It comes to our home 24/7, and it influences our young people. We need to develop solutions on how we teach our children when they access the internet. We have that technology everywhere, and that internet does influence the internet. So we need to start addressing that. We need to ensure that we don't let it influence our children, because
2 minutes.
internet doesn't stop.
Okay, chiefs and proxies, absolutely last question. Oh, I'm sorry, my apologies, sorry. No. No, my apologies. I'm being a little overzealous.
Miigwech, Rachel, for your question. I just want to acknowledge Ogamakan Simon, Gizigwede, Oguminan Stonaman Gidantikiun, Delbayan Kisek, and we will Migaginaban, Chibim Wichiwanego, you guys and Kadaman. Good so no, my Satchel. I saw, just going back to Rachel's question, I think there was a two-part question there. One was the concerns that we all have on the growing epidemic of gender-based violence in our communities and how that's impacting our youth. I believe that many of the self-harm and also the self-harm behaviors, but also the suicide completions are due to that. And this needs to be a priority for all of us. First of all, to be aware of what is going on in our own communities. And we know that it's even more prevalent now with social media. So we need to really educate ourselves, educate our parents, our families, our children to take this seriously, but also how to protect themselves from this violence. And that is something that all of us need to commit to doing. And as a candidate for Grand Chief of the Anishinaabe Nation, I share that commitment with you. I remember the discussion that we had in Toronto when we met. I believe it was in February of this year, where we talked about this issue on the passing of this resolution a number of years ago, mandating or directing that there needs to be a zero tolerance on sexual violence, sexual abuse in our communities. And that resolution was directed to all our communities to put in place. And that is something we need to follow up on. While I respect the sovereignty of our communities, that we can provide the support and education to implementing that resolution across the NAN territory. Miigwech.
Sorry about that. My apologies. You have the floor.
Wachak Bosho. Okachtak Kokamako can take Bokuman a dog. Peter Wadamok and the Gok. Omakakiko and the Gokan and a Sumata. Good afternoon, good morning. I am a proxy for Kingfisher Lake First Nation. My forename is Joan Kakaji. On behalf of Chief Eddie Mamakwa, is unable to be here at this time due to the inquest that's happening in Thunder Bay with one of our fellow members of Kingfisher Lake and also with North Caribou Band. My question to the candidates are, what is your approach to revisit healthcare system in our communities? Our contribution agreements are outdated. The nurses and the physicians are working with the outdated contribution agreements. Also, they are understaffed in each of the communities that I have worked for. In my other life, I am a registered psychotherapist within mental health within region of Ontario, and I've worked most of your communities, and I find that our nursing staff is understaffed and they're overworked, as well as the physicians that come into our communities. They serve many hours, and as a result, one of our community members lost her life with diabetes. So what I'm asking you, how are you going to help our communities? What is your approach in helping 49 communities to enhance and access state-of-the-art healthcare by restructuring? Miigwech.
Miigwech. Going to start with Alvin.
Miigwech, Joan, for raising this very important issue. I know it's a very pressing issue for many of our families, our communities. I just want to acknowledge Ruth Ann's family, whose very tragic death is a subject of this inquest that's happening right now in Thunder Bay. I also acknowledge her sister Samaria, who collapsed during the inquest and is now fighting for her life in Hamilton because of a suspected brain aneurysm. And I can just imagine the stress that she must have been in listening to the tragic circumstances that led to her sister's death. And unfortunately, it's not unique, Ruth Ann's story. It's something that we hear over and over again across the NAN territory. And why it's so important that as we work towards transforming our health system in our communities and across our nation, that we also need to pay immediate or to pay attention to immediate needs of our communities, including the quality of services at our local nursing stations, our health stations, but also accessing services outside of our communities, and that means non-insured health benefits. And while the long-term answer on non-insured is to take over those systems as part of the overall health transformation process, we also need to pay attention to the immediate needs of our communities, to make sure that they have access to whatever it is that they need, whether it's the testing, the diagnosis, the treatment, the management of whatever it is that they're experiencing with their own health. And if it means paying their way out to Timmins or to Hamilton or to Thunder Bay, and we need to start billing back Canada. We cannot wait for them to say yes, because too many times our communities or community members have been denied the care that they need. And so that is something that I commit to working with Kingfisher and all our communities, is to move in that direction. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Anna Betty.
Miigwech. And I too acknowledge Chief Mamakwa and the Keewaywin family. I sat at that inquest for a few days with the family and the leadership, and I also sat at the inquest of Moses Amik, who also died because of the lack of services that our people should be able to access but did not. That is a form of racism and the neglect of our treaty rights. I believe that we need to be more firm and more aggressive on addressing this, because it continues to worsen. Almost every day, almost every week, I get a call or a message that someone is not having their travel made to attend a medical appointment, and we're lacking resources to assist our people with that. We need to have those things in place. We need to have health navigators, health advocates. We need to have people monitor to ensure that, where the gaps are, where the needs are, ensuring that our people are taken care of. We need to have more preventive access. It's very disturbing when I heard about 30 women who were high risk for cancer, and yet they were denied testing for them to travel to get testing. So that is, discriminatory, and we need to address those. That is systemic racism, and we need to work together to address those.
Bobby?
Hey, thank you for that question, Proxy. Yes, I think it's very important that we also maintain NAN-specific processes, if not regional processes, with respect to really reforming health and health transformation. I know that we've done a lot of work in other sectors that really look at needs-based resourcing, and actually I think of the RQ work that we did where, for example, that $1 in Thunder Bay is different than $1 in Kingfisher. So why are we still being discriminated against and paying our healthcare professionals at a rate where we're not really keeping them in community and having that access as well? So we really need to push the Crown's treaty obligations with respect to health in those areas as well. But moreover too, I'm always approaching my work in a strength-based manner. You'll know that many of my answers are looking for options in terms of what can we do and what are some of the areas that we could really embark upon to deal with these areas. And I'll think about prevention. What are some of the leading causes of why our people are getting into the healthcare system? Poor diets, access to good food, looking at education-wise for food sovereignty, having, education opportunities for our young people, getting all those health and physical activities as well available for all of our children, our youth and families, for everybody to be engaged in. I also think about our elders. I know some of our chiefs have said, well, what about our elders? They can't come home because there's no services. So, and sometimes they're left behind as well. So how do we ensure that your elders, our knowledge keepers, are really taken care of as well? And we have to ensure that your communities are resourced properly to handle that as well, to ensure that there are homemakers, their needs are met too, because especially in the twilight age of their lives, they want to be home, they want to be with you, they want to be with your children as well. So how do we support that in bringing them home as well to be with the family as well? So miigwech, and I want to work with all of you to really identify many of these solutions to our healthcare system. Thank you.
Miigwech. Mike?
Miigwech, thank you. I just want to I was thinking about the Jordan's principle, how that work was accomplished. We should also try to work to see how we can apply it to health, because we're so limited in every way at the community level. The facilities are not built to become a full-fledged hospital. They're not designed like that. Also, currently we have contract nursing staff. These are contracted nurses. They just from the south or from wherever they come from. They come to your community anywhere from 2 weeks to 4 weeks, and they go home. So there's no consistency in the facilities, nursing facilities. I also want to, when we talk about mentorship in education, we need to mentor our children, our young people, to start taking up the nursing professions, become doctors, become nurses. Because if we don't start, we will never stop the bleeding. But at least let's start somewhere where we start entering our young people into those professions. Prevention is also another factor that we should also implement. Prevention from diabetes, heart issues, and obesity. Those are our health crises right now. Diabetes takes control, takes over. And because we don't have the proper sources of food, we've become too comfortable with the northern store.
2 minutes.
And they don't provide anything healthy. So those are different aspects that we need to look at as well. Sumigat.
Pauline?
Miigwech. Thank you very much. Proxy Joan Kachaji from Kingfisher Lake. Thank you for your question related to health. I've worked in health for many years, and it's one of my passions. You're asking, how do we help our communities to access state-of-the-art healthcare? There are two things I do want to say. I want to talk about the principle of helping ourselves and a question on health transformation. The principle of helping ourselves, when I think about exercising our sovereignty over our lands and resources, we have 49 communities within the territory. We can help each other. We have communities that have resource development. From those benefits, how amazing would it be if all 49 communities came together and said, we will help each other. By helping each other, we will address the issues that we have in healthcare. The other thing I want to talk about with respect to health transformation, we know that there were investments provided in 2016. We heard communities say that they needed improved access to health care. I don't not know where that is. I don't know the progress of health transformation. We are supposed to bring services closer to our home. One of the things that I heard in
2 minutes.
In my engagement, in my discussions, my conversations with our community leadership was on health transformation. We need to know where those investments went, how are they used. So as Grand Chief, I would like to do a review on health transformation. 2016 was 8 years ago. And today we are hearing that non-insured health benefits, medical transportation, that policy, it's not getting better. As a matter of fact, it is getting worse. Our communities' resources are providing that access for our community members. So we need to review NAN health transformation. Miigwech. Thank you.
Miigwech. Thank you very much, Chiefs. Thank you for your patience. We've gone a bit over on our agenda. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the co-chairs for a few minutes.
Thank you, Audrey Gilbo. Thank you, Chiefs and candidates. There's a couple of things that we need to do. Requests that have been made from Chiefs here in the Assembly before we break for lunch. And I think Audrey will probably explain the voting process. I don't want to put words into Audrey's mouth, but once we leave here, I think she needs about 15 minutes to prepare, and then she will explain how long the first ballot will be open for voting. So Audrey will explain that. But there's been a request as part of the forum. There were some very powerful, emotional statements. Chief June Black, I'd like to acknowledge your statement as well, and other chiefs regarding some of the very emotional issues that we're dealing with in our community. So there's been a request for a healing song to close the session that we've just had, dealing with very heavy issues. So we've been asked to have a healing song. Secondly, there's been a special honor song that's been requested, so we will do that. Thirdly, there is a blanket song that's been requested that will be explained. And then the final thing is there's been a request, and we've asked Pastor Darius Ferris to come and bless the food, but also offer a prayer to bless the process, the election process that we are well into, but as the voting starts, as part of the drumming as well. So that's what we will do right now. And I'm asking the drum to provide us with a healing song. Before we do that, do you want to get into the details now or after that? I can do it now. So Audrey Gilbo, for now, is going to explain the voting process, and then we will go through the process, the protocols that will lead us into the voting.
Thank you, Chiefs. So we will be set up in room 14. I understand that there will be signage heading over in that direction. As per the procedures, you will come to me. I will identify you. Your red lanyard, anyone wearing a red lanyard is eligible to vote. You will get one ballot. For the first ballot, each person will go in individually, and then when you come out, you will deposit, or I will deposit it into the ballot box. I'm going to ask for the scrutineers, the candidate scrutineers, to meet me. It'll take me about 15 minutes to be ready for you, and then we'll keep the I'm going to say till 2 p.m. we'll keep the ballot box open. Hopefully we'll get you all in there sooner than later. And then, so the first ballot, to be a successful candidate, you need to receive, the candidate for Grand Chief needs to receive 50% plus one of the eligible voters, of the voters that actually vote. And then if we don't achieve that threshold, then we will go to second ballot with the candidate with the lowest numbers dropping off the ballot. So I will be ready over there in about 15 minutes, but you do what you need to do here, and I understand also lunch will be served. Miigwech, thank you.
Miigwech. If you're able to stand, we ask you to stand. We'll now have the healing song. Miigwech to the NAN drum for the healing song. At this point, I'd like to invite members of Anishinaabe Police Service to please come to the drum. Members of Anishinaabe Police, and I'm going to ask from the table, Deputy Chief Terry Matadoabin to explain the request for the honor song. So he's got the microphone to my left.
Okay, Miigwech. Just going to sit down here quickly. I just want to recognize the healing song that just took place. And when Chief June Black was speaking, I felt a lot of empowerment from her, and all of us did. And it reminded me of that singer, Julie Black, when she sang the national anthem, O Canada. And she changed one word. And that one word in that national anthem was, our home on native land. And I want to thank Chief Black for elevating that spirit for us about the protection of our land, but more importantly, the protection of the people. And I really, really appreciate that. And it's very empowering to our listeners back home on Wawate and on video. And there's another component that's very important here. And if the police can make their way around the camera there and go to the left over there, yeah. And there's an important, as we move forward on the Policing Act, the new legislation that's going forward, this is going to be a very spiritual journey for all of us with that legislation. And I believe Anna Betty, Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty, is she here? Okay, if she can, oh, sorry, watch it. There's been so much work done on this file on policing, and it's our policing, Anishinaabe Police Service. It is our policing. And I want to welcome, if you're a former police officer, please join us in this circle, because your history is acknowledged too, your work. You'll never ever be forgotten as your service to your community. And I want to reach out to our listeners in the communities of the NAN territory that are listening right now, is we have very, very good officers out there. And they are First Nation police, and I know they're male and female, and they're a good team. And we're very fortunate that we have also non-native people in our police force. They've been working really well in the northern communities, fighting against drugs, fighting against alcohol, and they take their service very serious. And I welcome the Chief of Police, the Deputy Chief, and his team here. They're representing that brand, that Anishinaabe Police Service with pride when they walk around here. But I want to make sure that you feel welcome because you're family. And I wanted you to acknowledge that. And the spirit of what you're feeling, this is what family means, to be part of that circle. And you're supported by leadership, you're supported by family, and you're supported by many, many people across the nation. And I also want to welcome for the family members that lost their loved ones in policing. You're more than welcome to stand in that circle because they'll never be forgotten either. And I know I've been shared, policing portfolios under me, and I know I've been shared with a lot of sensitive stories of police in the past. And I want to acknowledge two of our officers in Fort Albany. One is our Sergeant Morris Cataquapit. He's been an officer for 30 years. He was there even before they issued any protection for them. But he still stood by the community, still stood by the support for the families. And I also want to acknowledge Constable Tina Stevens, a female officer in our community. She's First Nation. And I also want to acknowledge Chief Jason Matadawabin, also another senior service officer for Fort Albany. And they go through a lot of trauma. And when they share their trauma, it's pretty detailed. But I just want to say I'll never forget that. The people that's standing around the drum will never forget that. And the families will never forget that. So I just want to ask the drum to give us strength, because we need that strength. And I really, really honor Chief June Black for elevating the spirit and empowerment that we have as people to remind us of that. Gishtimigwach, Chief. And I just want to give us a strong song for our police force and all the families. Gishtimigwach.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do have one more song that we'd like to do. So on day one of the 42nd Keewaywin Conference, there was a commitment made to the community of Constance Lake and the family of Dean Matanais Jr., who remains missing today, to do a blanket song, because we know that the cost of any search does take a lot of funds. So we want to follow through with that commitment that was made. So we're going to be asking the Youth Council to go around during this next song for any donations towards the community and the family as they search for their loved one.
Sumiigwech, everyone. I just want to share with you a little bit about Dean Matanais, a young man, 27-year-old Dean Morningstar Matanais has been missing since March 18, 2024. I don't know if his kokum is here. Rita, like, is she in the room? Yeah, Rita, do you want to maybe put a chair over here in the middle where she can sit by the drum? Please. I know that Dean's dad, Dino, told me about an hour ago that he's unable to join in this ceremony at this time because he's out there searching for his son. Dean was last seen on March 28, 2024 at approximately 9:30 a.m. walking west about Highway 11 after leaving Constance Lake First Nation. Prior to his departing Constance Lake, he had informed family members that he intended to go to Thunder Bay as he had to return to his job. Because he had that conversation with his kokum, Rita. This is his mom here. And he had told him that he was going to be hitchhiking west to Thunder Bay. There had been no confirmed sightings of him since that morning of March 18th. Dean's family has been tirelessly searching for him since he disappeared. And those of you that follow Dean's Facebook, he talks about how he's out there searching. We are asking each and every one of you in some way to contribute to help Dean so that he can have, whether it's food or other resources. And we also plead out there for people to come and volunteer and help him search. You don't have to be from Constance Lake. You can put together a team from your community to come and help him. We also have an email address as well for any EMTs. If we can make that available, and we can display that on the screen, because Dean Senior is also accepting EMTs. Today, we ask that at any time when we are having a missing person, that we come together to help the family find their loved one and to find those answers. So miigwech, everyone, and I'm going to be passing tobacco to our drum, and they will have the blanket will go around the room, and we have the family here. We ask that you keep them in your prayers as well. Miigwech.
thank you. Thank you on behalf of Dean's family. At this time, I'd like to, we will announce the amount that was collected during the blanket song. And also, if the staff can put the email address up on the screen so that anyone can donate that way as well. Just one announcement, there is a car, a black Buick SUV with license plate CTHT 527. If you could move your vehicle, that would be great. And also just a reminder that the lunch that is being served, it is for the registered delegates, the advisory councils. So when we get into lunch, and NAN staff, of course, gotta feed you. So that is who the lunch is for. So at this time, I'd like to call up Darius Ferris to do one, the blessing of the food, and also blessing of the sacred election process. So Darius.
Good afternoon. Let's all stand as we say the blessings. First of all, I just want to say best of luck to all the candidates that are running for these positions today. We'll pray that God will lead you and guide you and guide your steps every step of the way. And also, I just want to share a verse of scripture from 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 16. And it says, rejoice evermore, pray without ceasing, in everything give thanks, for this is the will of God in Christ Jesus concerning you. So this morning, today, everything that has been shared and said, you know, the candidates that had shared their platform and their statements, and every chief that had questions concerning their communities, and also the non-delegates and the leadership. This is concerning you, meaning that, you know, God's will be done in every community, with every chief and for every chief, and every representative here today. That's why we're gathered here, so that we can ask God to honor our footsteps. And that's exactly what we'll pray for. So let's all pray, every head bowed, every eye closed for a moment, and also we'll pray for the Matnas family. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we just come before you this afternoon, and we just say thank you for blessing us another day, a day for us to see, a day for us to rejoice. Thank you for our health. Thank you for your many blessings upon our lives. And Lord, we just ask for your leading and guidance throughout this election this afternoon. Lord, we are so thankful for these candidates that had stepped forward to do your will, Lord, and to help their people. I ask, oh God, that you lead them, guide them, give them strength and peace during this time, Lord. And bless every chief, Lord, that will cast their ballot today. I ask, oh God, that you will honor their faith and where they stand. Bless each one, every community that's represented here. I ask in Jesus' name. And Lord, we pray for the Matnas family that is still searching for the loved one. I pray, oh God, that you would help them, help the police, Lord, give them new leads to find their loved one, Lord, to give them peace, Lord, and comfort and strength at this time. We ask for your blessings upon this family. Bless the finances that have been given, Lord, towards their need, their financial need. We ask in Jesus' name. And oh, Lord, we pray for the food that is set before us. We ask, oh God, that you bless it to our body. Bless those that prepared it. And Lord, we just thank you for this day. We ask you to lead us and guide us. And may your good and perfect will be done. We ask in the name of Jesus. Amen. God bless you.
Miigwech. So reminder, chiefs, delegates, the polls are now open. First round ballots for Grand Chief position. Polls are open. They will close at 2 p.m. And the meal, of course, is ready. A reminder again regarding the meals. The host community has done an excellent job in hosting us. They've prepared the meals, but they've only accounted for chiefs, delegates, the advisory councils, and the staff. They did not account for observers, and yesterday, unfortunately, we ran out of food at lunch. So we're asking that elders go first, and then the chiefs and the staff that are here. So with that, thank you very much. We'll be back with results shortly after 2 o'clock.
Just a reminder to the delegates, the chiefs, MAPS has a table in the back room as you're going to vote. We have a registration table there for the NAN Justice Forum that's happening October 1, 2, 3. There's a couple ladies there who will help you fill out your registration form. We're trying to get it populated so that we can make sure that everybody has a room. Again, the registration table's in the back area there. Thank you.
Ourselves in the dark. Don't get
leave everything behind. I've been searching all my life. I see reflection in my heart, blinded by the light.
And I'm asking for your touch, and I'm asking for your love. I just wanna hang out for fun, bathing in the sea and the sun. You're the only man that I trust. Baby, follow me, I'll go first. In hindsight, your body wasn't your fight. for time that you read in heart of mine, and now you see all the dreams of my side. Then now the feeling grows, then we can reach the sky. The sky. How many times do you sell my soul? How many nights together? And sunny days for me, they were around me. And I will feel just like never before. I stand by you forever. And lovely days for me, they were around. You give your love to me, baby. I never knew and lost. And when you touch me, I melt. Looking so nice. You give your love to me, baby. I never knew and lost. And when you touch me, I melt. Looking so nice. Sunrise shining right into my eyes. Carefully every piece of my heart. So like the waterfall, we carry our How many times do you sell my soul? How many nights together? And sunny days for me, they were around me. And I will feel just like never before. I stand by you forever. And lovely days for me, they were around. You give your love to me, baby. I never knew and lost. And when you touch me, I melt. Looking so nice. You give your love to me, baby. I never knew and lost. And when you touch me, I melt. Looking so nice.
Just to have your attention, everybody. Apparently, there's 3 registered voters that have not voted yet. 3 more registered voters, 3 that are registered this morning. If you can go vote. What time is it? I know they said they would keep them open until 2 o'clock, but if everybody votes, they will close the polls. So they need 3 more. Oh, one right here. Very good. 2 more after that. I almost called him out. I better not say his name. So 2 more registered voters that have not voted after this one here. If you can please go vote, then they'll start counting. Mira, Migach.
told you I was on my way. Something told me maybe I should try and stay. All the things I told you I would never do never really matter when I was with you. Don't you ever leave me, tease me, I will make you mine. If you want me, girl, just tell me we can take our time. Catching the feelings, I tried so hard to keep away. Love is deceiving. You think you know just what you want until you find your life has changed. Ready for love, ready for life, ready for anything you wanna try. Ready for love, ready for life, ready for anything you wanna try. Ready for love, ready for life, ready for anything you wanna try. Ready for love, ready for life, ready for anything you wanna try. Pizza for breakfast, breakfast for lunch. No need for dinner, you're
Hello? So they are ready for the scrutineers, room 14, the delegates scrutineers. If they can go to room 14, they're going to be counting the ballots. And if you haven't registered, it would be good to register now while you have an opportunity to register for the afternoon. So once again, they are ready for the scrutineers to come to room 14 as they're going to count the ballots. If anybody is missing a phone, there's a phone by the coffee table. If anybody is missing a phone, kitay nuwi tigi nagatan. So there's a phone by the coffee table.
Just another quick announcement. A reminder to please sign in at the booth. So if you can please sign in. They need a record of who's here. I'm not sure that that affects the voting for the next round, but it might. So we do need a record of who's here. So if you can please sign in. I know I always forget, but please check in, sign in, and we'll get notice hopefully very shortly. They'll give us a few minutes notice of when they'll be announcing the results. So, miigwech. Thank you.
At this time, could I ask the candidates for Grand Chief to come to the front, please? I'd like to thank you all for your patience. I want to also acknowledge the scrutineers for their support during this voting process and counting process. So without further ado, I know you're all anxiously awaiting. I'm trying to, keep you in suspense a little bit because I had to walk all that way, so catching my breath. So I was prepared potentially to go to second ballot, but I'm pleased to inform that with the first ballot vote of 25, 10, and 5, your Grand Chief, as elected, is Alvin Fiddler. Congratulations. So I'm sure that you would like to have a few minutes for him to have a few words with you. And then I'm going to turn it over to Adam for a few minutes. I'm going to call for a break after Alvin has an opportunity. But I'd also like to provide Pauline and Bobby with a moment just to say a few words as well, if you wish.
How long do I have? 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. Wajia, Gnawa Gumakanak, proxies, the elders, the youth, and the people. I am happy to have come here, to have shared my perspectives with you. I believe in our people, in our communities, and I love our people. And I am committed to continue working for our people because I believe in our people. I believe they have a powerful voice. And this has been a wonderful opportunity. I am from the community, and I've always believed that why not me? I can be in spaces where I can provide our perspectives to make sure that I advocate for our people. So my children are, my daughter is here, my granddaughters are here, and my grandson. And I want them to know that if Gookum can do this, then they themselves can do anything that they want, as long as it's focused on helping our people. Mawaj kunanakum, umajni boyan, kunanakum nawa, and hoya gagudah naganoj, kchugmahkan Alvin Fiddler. I wish him success in the next 3 years, and I'll be back. Miigwech.
Just like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'll be back.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'd just like to congratulate Alvin on his re-election, and also with Pauline as well. It takes a lot of courage to put your name up, and I really wish her well in her future endeavors. And yeah, it's been great. I just wanted to let people know out there as well that it's really important really just to follow your dreams and all that, and take a chance every now and then. Sometimes you just have to put your hat in and see what happens. But still, at the end of the day, it's for our communities. We're here for the betterment of our communities. We'll continue to do that. On that note, just acclaim me for deputy. That'd be great. Okay. And that would be. It's all good. We're all winners here. No, it's good. No, thank you so much. I really appreciate this, and yeah, I look forward to seeing what's happening in the future for Anishinaabe Nation. I hope to continue as well to participate and work with you all in this other capacity, I hope. If you give me the honor of your acclamation, I strive to really work on some of the things I was talking about and really push those NAN-specific processes in all of our areas as well. So with that, Chimigwech, Chiefs, and yeah, congratulations to Alvin as well.
So just officially for the numbers, Alvin Fiddler votes 25, Pauline Mickelson votes 10, and Bobby Narcisse votes 5. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler to say a few words for you. 2 minutes. No, you can take a few minutes.
Amigos, just to make it down in Akamak Mando, guys, sick. What's Mauchi Dick? Me guys, I can imagine Kichamanak, Westcuts. Kaya guna utu damak kaya gumina na de guna pinamadan ka damak mando sigan saik. Sinigan skag gidan kina de gumina gmadzo nan. Miginis ekdian distam hiwa na akumian. I just want to say miigwech to all of you, the leadership of Anishinaabe Nation, for your support and your faith. And not just myself, but also my family. My wife Tisa over there, our daughter Allison is here as well, and hopefully Jace is listening. And if she is, I just want to say miigwech and hello to Jace. We love you. I also just want to acknowledge Bobby and Pauline, along with their families. I don't know if Jill is here. Ed and the rest of the Tate family. That's also my family from Saskatchewan. So I just want to thank them for putting their name forward to run for this office. Miwa gaganoke gagis widamoshek wemegwas gabmatwag giz kanawabadamag nankin. I'll remember what you told us during this campaign period, and I want to thank you for sharing your concerns, your hopes, your priorities for your communities and the people that you serve. And I commit to working with the whole executive once they are selected to work as a team. And I've always said that the only way that we can function effectively is if we do it together. If we live up to those ideals that were set by our elders many years ago when they created this organization, the Anishinaabe Nation. On the flag you will see 3 words: unity, strength, and success. And that's the only way that we can move forward. So miigwech, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. So now we're going to go into the Deputy Grand Chief. As you know, as was discussed yesterday, under Section 4.5 acclamation, so I'm going to read the section of the NAN election procedures that apply to this next round. 4.51, if there is only one candidate for a position, the mover and 2 seconders of the nomination will bring forward a resolution to the voting delegates at the Keewaywin conference to acclaim the candidate. Number 2, if the mover and the 2 seconders are not in attendance, any chief or delegate may bring forward a resolution to acclaim the candidate. Number 3, if the candidate is not acclaimed by resolution, the electoral officer will reopen the nomination process and conduct an election for the position at such time as the chiefs direct. So we have, I understand that the resolutions have been prepared. So I'm going to go in accordance of how the ballot would have been, the NAN procedures call for alphabetical order. So I'm going to go with Anna Betty Anchpaniscum. So the resolution, the nominator was Chief Sylvia Kustachin Matatawaban from Attawapiskat. The seconder was Chief Lefty Kamina Watson. My apologies. Seconder is Chief Keith Corsten from Chapleau Cree First Nation. Are the three chiefs in attendance?
Burskin Lake, Chief Cam.
Yeah, Chief Lefty. Chief Kustachin is not here, correct? Okay, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to look to the floor. It's as per the item 2. If the mover and the 2 seconders are not in attendance, any chief or delegate may bring forward a resolution to acclaim Anna Betty Anchpaniscum. So I'm going to ask you, Chief Lefty, correct? If you let your name
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. I still need a mover and 1 additional seconder. Chief from?
Chief Jennifer Constant, Matagami First Nation.
I'm hoping that other note takers are going to do this as well. The other nominator, so your name please? Chapleau Cree. Yeah. Okay, so we have the nominator, Chief Constance. Seconder, Chief Lefty Kamina Waterman. And the seconder from Chapleau Cree. Is there her name? Okay, oh geez, perfect, awesome, thank you. No, it was Chapleau Cree. Margaret Coulter. So we have the resolution to support Anna Betty Anchpaniscum being acclaimed to the position of Deputy Grand Chief. I have my friend here, Adam, who's going to help. We're going to ask for a vote to support this resolution. Oh, I need to read the whole thing? Okay, therefore be it resolved that Anishinaabe Nation Chiefs in Assembly acclaim Anna Betty Anchpaniscum as Deputy Grand Chief of Anishinaabe Nation until the next regularly scheduled General Executive Council election in 2027. Moved by Chief Jennifer Constant, Matagami First Nation, seconded by Chief Lefty Kamina Waterman, Bearskin Lake First Nation, seconded by Proxy Margaret Coulter, Chapleau Cree First Nation. All in favor of the resolution? Any opposition? Any abstentions? 1 abstention. Do you want your abstention noted? Your name noted? That's why he's the co-chair. Chief Russell Wesley abstain. The resolution is carried. Congratulations, Anna Betty. So we have, the next is Mike Matatawaban was nominated by Chief Elizabeth Cataquapit from Fort Albany First Nation, seconded by Chief June Black from Abitibi Anishinaabe Nation, seconder Chief Joey Hunter from Winnisk First Nation. Are the chiefs in attendance? And Chief Joey Hunter. And Chief Elizabeth Cataquapit from Fort Albany is not in attendance, I don't believe. The proxy. Where's the proxy? Okay, thank you. That's Terry. Terry, will you move this resolution? Chief June Black, you'll let your name stand as a seconder?
Yes.
Chief Joey Hunter, you'll let your name stand as a seconder? Okay, I'm going to read the resolution. Therefore be it resolved that NAN chiefs in assembly acclaim Mike Matatwaban as Deputy Grand Chief of Anishinaabe Nation until the next regularly scheduled General Executive Council election in 2027. Moved by proxy Terry Matatwaban from Fort Albany. Seconded by Chief June Black from Apatipi Anisinapak Nation, and seconder Chief Joey Hunter from Winnisk First Nation. So I'm going to, all in favor of the resolution? Any objections? One objection? Sorry. Do you want your name noted?
Yes. Chief Lefty Camp, Burskin Lake.
Chief Lefty. Chief? His name? Would you like your name noted? Yes. Chief Russell Wesley? Any other objections? Other objection was Chief Lefty Katamata-Wetaman. Any abstentions? Any abstentions? Laxul? Proxy Wally McKay? Abstains? Any other abstentions? Would you like your name to stand? Wally, would you like your name to be noted as an abstention? Thank you. Chief Tate from Sachko, would you like your name to be noted as well? Any other abstentions? So hearing none, Mike Matatwaban is acclaimed as Deputy Grand Chief. Resolution is carried. Okay, we have now candidate Narcisse, Bobby Narcisse from Araland First Nation. He was nominated by Chief Sonny Gagnon from Araland First Nation. Seconder, Chief Merle Loon from Mishkigogaming First Nation. And seconder, Chief Christopher Munoz from Niskandiga First Nation. Are the chiefs in attendance? Chief Sonny? You still nominating? Yeah. Awesome, thank you. Chief Merle Loon? Let your name stand as the seconder. Chief Christopher Munoz? Proxy? Yes? Could I get your name, please?
Bradley Munoz.
Proxy Bradley Munoz. Okay, therefore be it resolved that Anishinaabe Nation Chiefs in Assembly acclaim Bobby Narcisse for Deputy Grand Chief of Anishinaabe Nation until the next regular scheduled general election Executive Council election in 2027. Moved by Chief Sonny Gagnon from Araland First Nation, seconded by Chief Merle Loon from Mishkigogamang First Nation, seconded by Proxy Bradley Munoz from Niskantika First Nation. All in favor of the resolution? All those opposed? No opposition? Any abstentions? One abstention. Would you like your name noted?
Yes, please.
Chief Russell Wesley. Any others? Hearing none, seeing none, Bobby Narcisse is acclaimed as your Deputy Grand Chief. Do I turn it over to you? Yep. I want to thank everyone. I really appreciate all of your cooperation during this process. It's never easy. There's a lot involved to it, a lot of procedural aspects, and I'm sure some of you know more about your NAN election procedures than you ever thought you wanted to know. That's a great thing about the process. I did note some of your comments yesterday in the discussion with the Governance Committee, and following my report, there are some suggestions I can make to them to help to support the process on a go-forward basis. So I say miigwech to all of you. If anyone has any questions following this, I think you all have my contact information. I will have an official report coming out here shortly before I leave the building today, and then I will have a more detailed election report following this day. Thank you very much, and safe travels to everyone, and congratulations to all the candidates. I'll be in Sound Point. Stop in Sound Point for Apollo tomorrow. Yes, sir. It doesn't say, no, it doesn't say. No.
Miigwech, thank you very much. Audrey Gilbo for conducting this year's elections for the Anishinaabe Executive Council. Let's give her a hand. Miigwech. So on the agenda, immediately following the elections, we do have the swearing-in ceremony, and I've consulted with our team that will be conducting the swearing-in ceremony. So we will have a 10-minute break, and we will come back in 10 minutes. We will have the swearing in. We will start with the Deputy Grand Chiefs. Immediately following that, we will have the swearing in ceremony for the Grand Chief. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. In the meantime, if we can have the team put up the election results on the screen. Miigwech. Congratulations,
Thank
Chief.
you. Thank you.
Behind you. Okay, I'm just thinking for the camera, so that's good. I'll get ready for that.
Shake your hand again.
Hey.
Get rolling with that.
Yeah, I know.
Otherwise, you're going to hear from me if you
Yeah, I
don't
know.
do anything.
I thought this is the deputies.
I know.
I was like, what's his name on here for? I thought, like, what's his name on here for? Yes, let's continue.
Hey, you guys come.
Right after the swearing in, we're going to meet the executive council and the elders lodge.
Okay. So we need deputy first.
Congratulations, I totally missed that, but we had gone to town for lunch already. That's why I brought your daughter some lunch. That's why I asked her, where's sitting?
Thank
Oh, you missed all that. Thank you. Congratulations.
Yeah, probably wait. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, so as we almost begin the swearing-in ceremony, I'd just like to remind everyone of tonight's 2024 Keewaywin Awards, celebrating the outstanding achievements and dedication of people of Anishinaabe Nation. It's at Wednesday, August 14th at 5:30 at the Hearst Pavilion, 908 Edward Street. 908 Edward Street, and it's hosted by Constance Lake First Nation. So come and join in celebrating all the achievements of our NAN citizens. So with that, we'd like to get right into the swearing-in ceremony. The swearing-in ceremony will be conducted by Elder Terry Fiddler, Elder Lucy Longpeter, and Tushawn Fiddler. Okay. It's all yours.
Bonjour. Je n'ai pas de dego atik dotem mikinak de jon bejago meteo. I acknowledged my spirit name, my clan, my guardian spirit, and my ceremony. I wanted to introduce. Okay.
If we could just hold the discussions in the back to a minimum. Thank you.
Miigwech. I first wanted to introduce ourselves. My name is Terry Fiddler. I'm from Sandy Lake First Nation. I live currently in Thunder Bay. I'm a mother of 4. I have 19 grandchildren, and soon to be 20, maybe this week, another grand girl. And I have 21 great-grandchildren. That's my blessing, my gifts. And I just wanted to introduce a new process. The bundles that the Deputy Grand Chiefs and the Grand Chief, we've added one item to their bundle this term. It's a copper cup. We feel very strongly that since water is very important in our lives, we need to acknowledge the waters. And as women, I see a lot of women proxies, chiefs. We're the water protectors in our culture. So we've added a copper cup to each bundle this time. And I also wanted to acknowledge today. This will be the first swearing-in ceremony that I've done without Helen. Helen was always with us. Helen Cromarty was always with us when we did our ceremonies. And I remember the past times that we thought we had everything together, and when we come up here, we found out we didn't. And we'd stand up here giggling and just enjoying the work that we did together. My late husband, Josias, and Helen started working together, doing the swearing-in ceremonies years and years ago. And after my husband passed away, I took over. And Helen and I worked together every time we did a swearing-in. And the reason why I'm acknowledging Helen at this ceremony is when she passed away, before she left for her surgery in Toronto, we used to meet each other every Sunday at Tim Hortons. And we'd talk. Her daughter Karen would drop her off and I would take her home. And that last time we talked, she told me that the date she was leaving for Toronto and the day she was having her surgery. When Helen passed away, I went to Toronto to say my goodbyes to her there. I was on my way to visit her, but I ended up in saying goodbye to her in a different way. And at one of those coffee times that we had, she told me that she was leaving, but she told me to hold the fort till I get back, she said. So this is what I'm doing today. I'm holding the fort for her. And after she died, I was given her bundle, and I didn't open her bundle for a while in respect. But that one day, I really had a rough day because I lost my son too, November 10, 2022. I lost my son to fentanyl overdose. And I felt Joan's pain. I felt her pain too. I still feel it. That pain doesn't go away. And that one day I had a rough day, and I took one of Helen's bags out, and the first thing that I took was this Eagle fan. This is Helen's fan. I carried it with me all the time. I use it in ceremonies because this is where I have Helen here. So she's with us this afternoon. I feel that she's with us. So this swearing in ceremony that we're going to do is for Helen. I'm honoring her today. So we're going to start, and we're going to start with the deputy Grand Chiefs. But first, I want to say a very, very short prayer to open the swearing in ceremony. So I want to honor the ceremony that we're doing. So I want to say a very short prayer. Miigwech. Miigwech manito. Oega ganob mishange abit. Ek kenda mang ugoe hat soka nag oete kaunda boat wabanong shaunong nagabi onong kiwet nang kewi no ama chibi shawat chibi shawen da moach oega wish chigek ego ge manito kin kinagegun ka gashkta mausyang e pagitina mago en o enongom chiganob da mausyang awi to tamang kinagegun chiwi minoseg Ekagegon chines damsik. Ewi chinen the momagoin manito, kinagegon, eka enadam tago enongam, kinagegon triminasik. We thank you, Creator, for being with us, and that we are mindful of others that are hurting today, and to be kind to one another. Mia miigwach kitago manito, miigwach, miigwach, miigwach.
Do you turn this on?
Hello?
Okay. First. You have to read the first. First. You read the whole thing. Oh, she reads the whole thing.
Watch it. Memango sat sukan is quen is nakasun. magazine note them. In the name of the Great Spirit, hear me, elders, chiefs, and citizens of Anishinaabe Nation, as well as friends and guests here in the assembled. In your sight and in your hearing, I, Annabette Yachni Banashkam, undertake the duties of the office of Deputy Grand Chief of Anishinaabe Nation. I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to fulfill these duties to the best of my abilities as they are outlined in our charter, and to abide by the executive and administrative policies and procedures of Anishinaabe Nation. I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to watch for all our dangers and give you warning. I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to watch for opportunities to strengthen our people and to aid in all such efforts. I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to respect and abide by Anishinaabe Nation Executive Council Code of Conduct, guided by my own work ethics of reliability, dedications, productivity, cooperation, and discipline. I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to uphold the traditional and cultural values and beliefs of our people, and to respectfully maintain and cherish our family values and teachings of our elders, women, youth, infants, and finally, to respect those who toil for Anishinaabe Nation. I understand and respect the authority of the chiefs and solemnly promise to discard properly the mandate given by the chiefs of Anishinaabe Nation. I also promise to be accountable to the chiefs to ensure the duties delegated to me are carried out in a manner consistent with the instruction I receive from the chiefs of Anishinaabe Nation. I understand and respect the authority of the Grand Chief and solemnly promise to provide all assistance to ensure that he is able to carry out his duties and to discharge properly the mandate given by the chiefs of Anishinaabe Nation. I also promise to be accountable to the Grand Chief to ensure the duties he delegated to me are carried out and to maintain in the manner consistent with the instructions I receive from the Grand Chief and the chiefs of Anishinaabe Nation. Elders, chiefs, and citizens of Anishinaabe Nation, as well as friends, family, guests here assembled, you have heard me. You have heard these, my promises, made with truth and honesty. I will ever call upon our Creator for wisdom and help in carrying out my duties and responsibility as the Deputy Grand Chief of Anishinaabe Nation. Wache Ingwech.
In the name of the Great Spirit, hear me, elders, chiefs, citizens of Anishinaabe Nation, as well as friends and guests here assembled. In your sight and in your hearing, I, Bobby Narcisse, undertake the duties of the office of Deputy Grand Chief of Anishinaabe Nation. I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to fulfill these duties to the best of my abilities as they are outlined in our charter, and to abide by the executive and administrative policies and procedures of Anishinaabe Nation. I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to watch for all dangers and give you warning. I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to watch for opportunities to strengthen our peoples and to aid all such efforts. I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to respect and abide by the Anishinaabe Nation Executive Code of Conduct, guided by my own work ethic and reliability, dedication, productivity, cooperation, and discipline. I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to uphold the traditional and cultural values and beliefs of our people, to respectfully maintain and cherish our family values and teachings of our elders, women, youth, and infants, and finally to respect those who toil for Anishinaabe Nation. I understand and respect the authority of the chiefs and solemnly promise to discharge properly the mandate given by the chiefs of Anishinaabe Nation. I also promise to be accountable to the chiefs to ensure the duties delegated to me are carried out in a manner consistent with the instructions I received from the chiefs of Anishinaabe Nation. I understand and respect the authority of the Grand Chief and solemnly promise to provide all assistance to ensure that he is able to carry out his duties to discharge properly the mandate given by the chiefs of Anishinaabe Nation. Elders, chiefs, and citizens of Anishinaabe Nation, as well as friends and guests here assembled, you have heard these, my promises, made with truth and honesty. I will ever call upon our Creator for wisdom and help in carrying out my duties and responsibilities as the Deputy Grand Chief of Anishinaabe Nation.
Oma, Ustisko. Ustisko, kaustu määtisiä, ja opumme kuin ihkin tohtaa kuin Kino on kyse hau, kun mä kanak. Näistä ennen nuokuutta, näistä Anishinaabe Nation. Näistä me syö nyt jaaganak, näistä me syö kansaa kahekuutta kaihtaatsi. Oma, Ustisko, näistä epehtoi Niina, misen me tahtoavan. Duuttinen, ja kun mä kapakittelen käytti kaapattas on muutse Deputy Grand Chief, Anishinaabe Nation. Ei se kasketaan dittoan näistä tästä kokoiste pakittinen sen muhtataan ne kenuudestaan apatta suona. Ei se kasketaan kaitastege näistä kaitasteg mas ne kanus ne gatik kanus ne kuino anda kani gana bitik annama atuske ogam. Enus ne gatege oho Atoskeona, kaitastek, heitaswachagatege, egotane, Anishinaabe Nation. Näistä me Iisikas kohojan, iisikas kehtään. Näistä astaahu ketehi ei pakittinen. Siellä sopahtamaan. Missä syöpuko. Ei käytsin se tämänpäin heikutsekin nok. Näistä mäkän jääkänä triistikäät eikä on kisäätön ja opastakäät. Näistä iisikas kehtään tyttöön. Siellä sopijan. Spi ennú kokkegon tikiuhti viitse heikotsekitin nimenok. Näistä tikiuhti maskovi skaikotsek. Näistä me suet jo viitsestaan annamme spi ei tuutsekäti. Ja kun näistä nyt on pakettinen ei me suet kasketään tsekisteen tämän näistä ne me suekon kaita steikmas negan ennus negan tikäpättä sun ja kun tänne nyt näbiaskin nation ja viitjääpättä siimittu näin näistä sen on nehemään sen näkötestään kuijasti sinä open haavatta sun. Näistä sen on nehemään näistä niin kaisi kasketään en usein nehemään haavatta sun. Me syöpä viisi kuijasti tuuttamaan ei mutta tämän haavatta sun. Kuijasti nipuistamaan näistä kuijasti haavatta siis tamuakakin no. Näistä sen tohtoakakin ei kaisi nää tuuttamaan. Ja kun näistä tietoa näistä ei pakettena määntetään mutta anne se minun oppinamään että tahonamään anne kaisakesteen tai hekittiin nimenok mutta ei kaisista ehkä juttunut. Ja kun mä näistä missä se muhtataan se kannointamaan se kesteen tämän anne missä ennen on kaisakesteen tai peikuutteisuuden ehkä tekee. Näistä kaikki se pitää kesken hommakin se näistä Keewaywin nok, näistä tuskipimäätä siimenok, näistä annoskeittipimäätä se. Ja kun mä näistä tsekisteen mä kannakin, missä ei kuttakin, kajaapätä siistä mäkin, eiku tuota näistä näbiaskin nation. Näistä tuotteen näistä tsekisteen ehteen nämä uinoo, joku mä oon tsekku, mä kannak. Ja kun mä kantit tuon, näistä koies näistä niin, että nousin ehemään. Anne heke kun ainakaan se on suotsekaa teke. Uinoa ukemaan hänä kai siitä työtsik. Näistä nyt on, näkä siitä on. Sinä näkötestään, kun jästi sinä taapatta sun, ukemaan hänä koste. Ja kun mä kesti näet sun uusin ehemään, anne haapatta sun ei paketta suottahik niin, että se puhtataan. Näistä kun jästi se muhtataan spi jotta nämä kiikoan käyttäisuit ukemäkään, mutta se ukemäkään on kutu missä näbiaskin nation. Näissä tuotteen näistä näköisten nämä kuttuu ukemäuen, eikä on näköistä ukemäkään Grand Chief. Eikä mäkään näköistä iittoa näistä niinä. Se pakitta nämä ei se käsketään twiitestajan tiki kun jäspi mutta täävät sun näistä kun jästi tiki muhtataan on haavat sun. Kaisi ittasuet eikä ainakin missä joku mäkään kohtaan niissä näbiaskin nation. Ja kun näistä näköistä siitä on se nousen ehemään kun jäs jäävät siis joku mäkään. Näistä se näin ainakin sitä missä joku ainakaan kaittoon näistä ina SP ei pakettena ei vuonna suet se nousen ehemään eikä ainakaan keittyet. Ja kun näistä kun jäs näin ainakin sitä annamme spi itu ettei kestu kemäkan. Ja kun mä näistä kino kemäkan mutta näistä näbiaskin nation. Kino se hau kemäkan näistä hennen on kohta näistä näbiaskin nation. Näistä kino niin jagana. Missä ei kanssa mutta käihtäi kipehtono hittyjän. Oma käisi näistä niin hittyjän käisi ei pakettena vääntäisen kanssa on se nuosen ehemään oma avattuson. Ja kun omattaa voi käsittyyhän, kun jäsenestä heittyyhän. Ja kun mä kaikkein ei muhtiaan, katsomaan kaustapimäättäisiä, spi, että kun sanomaan kannamassa on teki kesken uhta hekojan, ei muhtataan nämä haavattuson. Ja kun mä uste kesti haavattuson, kun mä olen Deputy Grand Chief, missä näbiaskin nation. Kesti minkästä.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Right up there. Okay.
Just try to get the blanket from
Oh, my God, my leg's killing me.
Grand Chief Alvin.
What did you guys put in my bundle?
Your bundle?
Yeah, my bag.
What's here?
The black one that was here. Eh?
Somebody was carrying it around.
Anybody have Alvin's black bag?
It was right
It's a black zippered canvas bag.
Come on, let's help our leader here.
Oh, we have it.
Let's find his bag.
It's over here.
Jeez, that guy. Man.
Where was it? It was hiding.
Where you left it?
Your Bible.
Do I put it on now? Yeah.
And gotta give. Prayer bundle. Hold your.
In the name of the Great Spirit, hear me, elders, chiefs, and citizens of the Anishinaabe Nation, as well as friends and guests here assembled. In your sight and in your hearing, I, Alvin Fiddler, undertake the duties of the office of the Grand Chief of the Anishinaabe Nation. I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to fulfill these duties to the best of my abilities as they are outlined in our charter, and to abide by the executive and administrative policies and procedures of the Anishinaabe Nation. I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to watch for all dangers and give you warning. I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to watch for opportunities to strengthen our peoples and to aid all such efforts. I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to respect and abide by the Anishinaabe Nation Executive Council Code of Conduct, guided by my own work ethic of reliability, dedication, productivity, cooperation, and discipline. I solemnly promise and sincerely pledge to uphold the traditional and cultural values and beliefs of our people, to respectfully maintain and cherish our family values and teachings of our elders, women, youth, and infants, And finally, to respect those who toil for Anishinaabe Nation. I understand and respect the authority of the chiefs and solemnly promise to discharge properly the mandate given by the chiefs of Anishinaabe Nation. I also promise to be accountable to the chiefs to ensure that duties delegated to me are carried out in a manner consistent with the instructions I received from the chiefs of Anishinaabe Nation. Elders, chiefs, and citizens of Anishinaabe Nation, as well as friends and guests here assembled, you have heard these my promises, made with truth and honesty. I will ever call upon our Creator for wisdom and help in carrying out my duties and responsibilities as the Grand Chief of Anishinaabe Nation.
There's your new Executive Council. There's going to be, the drum is going to do an honor song for the new executive. And I'd like to introduce our elder that's been helping us. Her name is Lucy Long Peter.
Wajik, Muska Juna Vegas Condition Cousin, Egomaga, Lucy Long Peter, Mr. Gosho, Cousin, Gische Manenten, Egomagnesta, Ota, Egonag, Enipian. O te dehe e totigatik oske o kamakan ekomagoske o kamakan shishak. It's a real honor to be here. It's my first actual Keewaywin conference to be part of the ceremony to induct the Deputy Grand Chiefs and the Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler. Jimmy Quest.
right, so Chiefs, that is the end of our official agenda. It has been recommended that there be a group picture of the new executive with the chiefs. Maybe we can do it behind? So we're thinking in front of the flags. And then we do have the Keewaywin Awards happening this evening. Please join in celebrating these achievements.
So that concludes the day. The meeting is adjourned. But chiefs and proxies, we want a photo. Chief Russell Wesley actually recommended this, and I don't know why we've never done it. As far as I know, we've never had a group photo with the executive and all of the chiefs. So chiefs and proxies, please come to the front. Fix your hair. What hair, Sainson? I'm not even part of the picture. Bijayuk, chiefs and proxies, come to the front. We'll have the executive, the Grand Chief, and the Deputy Grand Chiefs here. I'm not sure how we're going to do it. We'd like to do it right here in front of the flags, but it might get complicated with the tables, but we'll give it a shot. Who's the media? Mike Heinzman or somebody who knows about pictures. And I don't think we're allowed to touch the staffs either. Maybe we'll leave that table, but if chiefs can make their way, yeah, it's probably better to leave it. Yeah, an option is out front here, Ishman, if it doesn't work here. Yeah.
So we would also like to announce the blanket song donation was $3,155.45. Awesome. Way to go.
Okay, Ms. Bijayuk, I know people are congratulating the Grand Chief and the executive, but if you could make your way up, Grand Chief and Deputy Grand Chiefs, we want a photo with all the delegates, the chiefs and the proxies. Two lines. We need you bunched in. Yeah, they'll sort of be in the front, I think. So we'll have the executive right at the front. And I don't know how it's going to work. We need a photographer too. You got one?